Why are you being so mean? You're making him cry, Kakin, a green-haired boy said. The kid stood in front of the child, crying on the ground. The green-haired boy stared back at the three kids in front of him with hands clenched. He was shaking nervously at them. If you keep on hurting him, I'll stop you myself. The boy shouted, raising his fists. The three kids stared at him completely dumbfounded. Kakin smirked. The kids behind him both smiled as their quirks started to activate. The chunkier kid to the right of Kakin expanded his red dragon-like wings and flew a foot off the ground. The kid on Kakin's left raised his hand in the air and let his fingers extend a foot long. You want to pretend to be a hero? Kakin asked, punching his other hand. The punch created a small explosion on his arm. You don't stand a chance without a quirk, DEKu. Kakin smiled. DEKu flinched back in fear of what was going to happen next. The three kids came running towards him with their quirks ready. DEKu crossed his arms and covered his face, preparing to be pummeled by the three kids. Kakin created little explosions in his hands as he ran towards DEKu, ready to beat him up, but then his explosions flew right off his hands, causing him to stop in surprise. The other kids by Kakin's side reared back at the fast-moving fire and smoke from Kakin's explosion. The dragon-winged kid flew backwards and messed up his trajectory, landing on his bottom. The kid with the extending fingers yelped as the dragon-winged kid dropped on his extended fingers. Kakin looked at his hands in confusion before realizing what happened. Kakin glared and clenched his fist, staring at the direction the flames flew in. He looked to his left with the other kid's eyes, following his, and found the person responsible. You! Kakin glared. DEKu peeked one eye open through his crossed arms and looked at Kakin and the other kids. He noticed their attention was away from him and looked to his right. A few feet away stood a little girl with her hand raised. Her hair was only slightly darker than DEKu's. Her green hair had given away her identity, raising DEKu's emotions. Sis, DEKu squeaked out, still crying. Don't you dare hurt my brother. Bakugo! The girl screamed. The fire from Bakugo's explosion now hovered above the girl's open palm. The little girl looked at the flame on her hand and opened her mouth. She took a breath and inhaled the flame until she had it all in her mouth. The kids behind Bakugo looked at her in confusion. Bakugo glared at her and growled in frustration. You ate my explosion, flame breath. Bakugo yelled at her, clenching his fists. The two little kids glared at each other silently, waiting for one of them to make a move. Unlike before, however, Bakugo didn't activate his quirk in his hands. The girl smiled and showed her teeth. Through her smile was fire burning inside her mouth, causing the kids behind Bakugo to gulp. You want it back? She dared. Bakugo growled at her, clenching his fist tighter. A few seconds later, he unclenched his hand, surprising his friends. You're lucky your sister's here to protect a quirkless loser like you, DEKu, Bakugo said, glaring at DEKu. DEKu looked at the ground and frowned at the insult. Come on, let's get out of here. Bakugo ordered. The other kids deactivated their quirks and followed close behind Bakugo. DEKu watched them leave and dropped a protective stance. He sighed in relief and wiped the tears away from his face, still sniffling a bit. DEKu heard the sound of a gulp and looked to see his sister swallowing the fire in her mouth. She exhaled, and a small amount of smoke exited her mouth. She sighed in relief at the events that occurred. She heard sniffling and made eye contact with DEKu. Ami, DEKu said with tears in his eyes. Before she could react, DEKu ran towards her and hugged her. You saved me. DEKu cried out, huge streams of water escaping his eyes. Ami looked at DEKu with concern and gently pulled him away from her. You're welcome, Izzy, Ami said nervously, dropping the serious expression on her face. There was another sound of sniffling from behind DEKu that made Ami peek behind her brother. DEKu's eyes widened and turned towards a kid he had been protecting earlier. Hey, it's okay. Kakin and the others are gone. DEKu said, put his hand out in front of the child. The kid looked up at DEKu and saw him trying to smile through the tears on his face. He looked unsure of him and noticed the girl beside him. The child made eye contact with Ami and immediately grew fearful. He gasped and got up from the ground and ran away as fast as he could. DEKu looked at the child in confusion, and shouted at him. "Wait, you didn't thank my sister." DEKu shouted, trying to get his attention. DEKu looked back at his sister and saw her staring at the ground with tears forming in her eyes. She turned back around and started walking away. "Come on, Izuku, let's go," she said quietly. Izuku stared at her in silence. He couldn't see her face, but he could hear the sounds of her sadness. Izuku looked down at the floor in hesitation. He couldn't understand why the child would run away from his sister like that. He watched as 2 tears fell off his face and hit the ground. Years later, here's the sad truth. All men are not created equal. When I was 4 years old, I learned that some kids have more power than others. Izuku narrated. Izuku ran past several people on the sidewalk as he headed towards his destination, but that won't hold me back. If anything, it pushes me to do better, Izuku said to himself as he ran through a puddle on the floor. Izuku could barely stop himself as he rushed towards a disturbance on the street nearby. Barely catching up behind him was a tired young girl with long green hair that parted on the right. She wore a black school uniform with a red handkerchief on the collar. She ran past the people on the sidewalk, barely holding on to her breath as she tried to catch up to Izuku. The people around her watched her struggle to catch up with her brother before carrying on with their day. "Izzy, wait up!" she shouted at Izuku. "Sorry, Ami." Izuku apologized, doing a weird dance as he waited for the stoplight to turn green. "But I don't want to miss whatever hero could show up here," Izuku said. Ami finally caught up to Izuku at the stoplight and panted heavily. She leaned over and held on to both of her knees and took the chance to catch her breath. Not even 10 seconds later, and the stoplight turned green again. Seeing the light turn green flooded Izuku with energy, instantly running across the street. Ami looked up at the green light and groaned, shaking her head in misery. "Oh, come on," she muttered, feeling drained. Izuku ran through the crowd and looked up at the train tracks above. Ami was slowly catching up and saw the same thing Izuku did. Her eyes widened at the situation in front of them. The disturbance was exactly what they expected. A villain attack. She turned her attention away from the disturbance and glanced at Izuku with an uncertain look. "Izzy, why do you always insist on going to these?" Ami thought, continuing her approach. Ami looked to her right and read a sign attached to a streetlight. "Tattooing Station? What? Did he miss the train?" Ami thought, wondering what a villain was doing on the tracks. Ami caught up to Izuku and started to pant heavily again. "I don't know. How? You're not tired, Izuku," Ami said, barely able to catch her breath. Izuku was too caught up in the moment and looked at the giant figure that stood on the train tracks. Ami looked at the massive crowd of onlookers that stood between Izuku and the criminal on the tracks. She also looked up at the figure and felt a small bit of concern for her safety. The figure was a giant muscular man that had an elongated face built like a monster. The giant of a man looked around the front and back of the tracks he stood on and began to roar loudly into the air. "Man," Ami said in awe, intimidated by the large villain. She frowned at the sight of him and gripped the straps of her backpack. Her reaction to the villain of the week was always the same. On the other hand, however, Izuku had a very different reaction to villains of the week. "That's one huge supervillain," Izuku said excitedly. She heard the excitement from her nerdy brother and smiled lightly, shaking her head at his response. Ching Ching City. The first incident was in Ching Ching City. Inside a hospital in the city, a baby sat in a small crib. The newborn cried out in its room as its body was enveloped in a bright yellow light. The father of the child looked at the baby in shock through the hospital window. An extraordinary child was born who radiated light. After that, reports of people with superpowers popped up across the globe. No one knew what was causing these quirks. Before long, the supernatural became the totally normal. Dreams a reality. The world became a superhuman society, with about 80% of the population possessing some uncanny ability. Our streets looked like scenes from comic books. As cities swirled with chaos and confusion, a new profession dominated our collective conscience. It was an age of heroes. Izuku narrated. The criminal roared into the sky and destroyed a support column on the bridge. The crowd screamed and covered themselves in fear. Ami saw the falling debris and started to get worried, gasping in fear. She then felt the ground beneath her rumble a bit before hearing giant footsteps run from behind her. She quickly turned her head to the left and caught sight of the approaching figure. It was a large, muscular man dressed in a costume. Ami recognized the man as a hero and felt her fears wane. She watched as the man jumped beneath the path of falling debris and raised his hands upwards, gritting his teeth and flexing his muscles. The hero caught the debris with his bare hands, struggling just a bit before getting hold of it. A sense of relief filled Ami. The feeling of worry was replaced with excitement. The sound of spraying water had quickly caught her attention. Ami gasped in excitement when she saw the second hero to arrive. Backdraft had arrived on scene and protected the crowds, using his pipe arms to create a watery fence that kept citizens from getting closer to the disturbance. She stared into the crowd of onlookers and watched Izuku run inside the crowd. Ami looked at Izuku with concern before she sighed, giving up. She was sure it would be safe for Izuku to stay in the crowd with two heroes around. She smiled and turned away from the fight, accepting her position. At least the heroes are here, she said, watching the scene from afar. She could see the action from her spot as the villain remained up on the train tracks. Ami watched as another new hero showed up to the scene. The new hero swung onto the tracks on wooden branches, ready to fight the villain. Ami caught a glimpse of the hero from her spot and noticed his wooden appearance. The wooden hero landed on the rails with narrowed eyes. Within seconds, the wooden hero jumped high into the air faster than the villain could keep up. The villain slammed his fist into the spot where the hero was and groaned upon missing. The villain looked up at the hero and shouted, "Get away from me or I'll break you, toothpick." The villain shouted, his voice echoing loudly. Inside the crowd, Izuku looked up at the fight with excitement. He moved out of the way of several onlookers and reached the front of the crowd, staring up at the wooden hero in awe. Izuku recognized the wooden hero and couldn't resist nerding out to the heroes while a bystander watched. "It's Kamui Woods," he exclaimed, watching Woods use his arm to grip the support beams and swing higher into the air. "He may be new, but he's making a big name for himself," Izuku stated, getting a nearby bystander's attention. "One look at that dopey grin, and I know what you are, a fanboy," the bystander said, pointing at Izuku. Sort of." Izuku agreed, looking away in embarrassment. Kamui Woods ran on the train tracks and quickly jumped to avoid the arm crashing down on him. He landed on top of the arm and raised his other arm up. He extended his right arm and attached himself to the villain's left arm. The villain flung his arm outwards, causing Kamui to fly above the villain and land himself onto the train station. The smoke cleared as Kamui looked up at the angry villain and started to talk. "Assault, robbery, and illegal use of powers during rush hour traffic. You are the incarnation of evil," Kamui said, hardening his fist. "There, his special move." Izuku pointed. "Come on, Tree Man, show us something flashy," the bystander said. "Binding lacquered chain prison," Kamui shouted, shooting a huge amount without his arm. "Canyon cannon," a woman's voice shouted. To the surprise of everyone, a new hero had arrived and kicked the villain with the one shot. "Huh," Kamui Woods said in confusion. Both Izuku and Ami looked at the giant woman in surprise. The villain hit the ground hard and fainted from the force of the kick. The giant woman landed on the empty street opposite the train tracks, giving onlookers a view of her hero costume. "Money shot, money shot, money shot," a row of people with cameras said, surrounding Izuku. "Piece of cake for the world's next hottest hero." "Hi there, everyone. I'm MT Lady. And you don't have to worry about this bum anymore," she said with an emphasis on bum. "Money shot, money shot, money shot," the people with cameras said, shooting up to the front of crowds. Ami clapped from her spot behind the crowd and listened to the cheers. Seeing the fight was over, Ami stopped clapping and had a grateful smile. She looked at the crowd of people that Izuku was inside of somewhere and approached it, hoping to reunite with her brother. As she walked closer to the large crowd, an uncomfortable feeling shot up in her stomach. She quickly stopped walking and stared at the crowd. There wasn't much space between the large amount of people for her to get around. It would be a tight squeeze if she was going to enter the crowd. She gripped her backpack straps and gulped anxiously. She made an effort to comfortably breathe through her nose and tightened her lips, keeping her mouth shut. Even after doing all that, she found it hard to continue walking. She lowered her head and stared at the pavement, sighing loudly. She took a step away from the crowd and waited for their numbers to dwindle. Half an hour passed when the police had arrived and arrested the villain. Empty Lady stood beside the captured villain and waved at the crowd, smiling at their admiration. Ami looked at the waving hero and felt happy. She glanced at the train tracks above her and caught a glimpse of Kemui, was lying on his knees in disappointment. Her smile quickly faded upon noticing the wooden hero. She looked around and wondered if anyone else was seeing him and realized it was just her. That sucks. MT Lady's getting the credit, she thought to herself. When the crowds had mostly dispersed, Ami felt comfortable enough to get closer in search of her brother. She looked on the sidewalks and walked around for a bit. Knowing Izuku, he was probably somewhere writing the stuff down. Sure enough, there he was. Ami spotted Izuku standing in the middle of the road, mumbling to himself. He was writing stuff down into his journal, unaware of his surroundings. Ami got close to Izuku without him noticing and listened in on his mumbling. She could hear him talking about the hero, MT Lady, and her quirk. She rolled her eyes and let out a tiny laugh. Izuku was always doing this whenever a hero had saved the day. She stared at him and heard a bystander call out to him. She watched from the sidewalk and saw a man talk to Izuku. "What's that fanboy? You taking notes over there? You want to be a hero too, huh?" The bystander asked, getting Izuku's attention. "Yes, more than anything," Izuku exclaimed, looking up from his journal with a happy smile. Ami looked at Izuku's smile and felt herself frown at his words. "Oh, Izuku," she sighed, looking down at the sidewalk with a hint of remorse. She looked at the time on her phone and felt her eyes bulge out in horror. "Izzy, we got to get to school." Ami called out to Izuku, causing him to jump. He was caught off guard by the outburst, but also freaked out at the realization. He gasped and turned toward his sister, watching her run away. He panicked and quickly put his journal away while the bystander watched. "Wait, sis. Wait for me," Izuku exclaimed, running toward his sister. The bystander watched them run away from the scene and shook his head in amusement, focusing his attention back to the scene. Aldera Junior High. So, as third-year students, it's time to start thinking seriously about your futures and what you want to do with your lives, the teacher said. The whole class was silent and had their full attention on the teacher, except for Izuku, who was writing notes down on his journal. "I could pass out some career aptitude tests, but why bother?" the teacher said, quickly grabbing the aptitude test with his hand. Izuku watched as everyone in his class activated their quirks in unison. "I know you all want to go to the hero track." The teacher laughed. The class erupted into cheers and excited hollers, with everyone proudly showing off their quirks in class. Izuku looked at them all with embarrassment and a hint of jealousy. Off in the back of the class, Ami looked at the classmates around her that proudly showed off their quirks without a care in the world and felt her nervousness increase. She put on a fake smile and looked to her side, staring at the student sitting nearby. He was proudly displaying his quirk's odd ability. The boy's quirk made his head inflate like a balloon, making him almost float up to the ceiling, if not for the fact he was holding on to his desk. She fixated herself on his quirk to make herself feel better. Unlike her classmates, Ami wasn't so keen on using her quirk. Yes, you got some very impressive quirks, but no power usage allowed at school. Get a hold of yourselves, the teacher said, calming down the class. "Hey, Teach, don't lump me in with this bunch of losers. I'm the real deal, but these guys will be lucky to end up as sidekicks to some busted D-lister." Bakugo gloated, sitting casually in his desk with a grin that provoked the class. "You think you're better than us, Katsuki? Let's go, I'll take you all on." Bakugo challenged them. "Huh, you've got impressive test results. Maybe you'll get into UA High," the teacher said, looking at Bakugo's test scores. "He's going to try for the national school?" A student asked. "That school has a 0.2% acceptance rate. It's impossible to get in," another student commented. Izuku heard them and quietly put his head down in shame. That's exactly why it's the only place worthy of me. Bakugo declared, standing up on his desk. I aced all the mock tests. I'm the only one at this school who stands a chance at getting in. I'll end up more popular than All Might himself and be the richest hero of all time. People all across the world will know who I am. And it all starts with UA High. Bakugo shouted with his fists in the air. Ami looked at Bakugo and rolled her eyes. The teacher looked at another piece of paper on his podium and saw the test scores from Izuku and Ami Midoriya. Oh, yeah, the Midoriya twins. Don't you want to go to UA too? The teacher asked, making the whole class turn silent after hearing that. Izuku heard the teacher and quietly raised his head, looking at Bakugo in fear. All of his classmates' eyes were on him. They stared in silence for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Midoriya? You're kidding, right? I could see your sister, maybe, but there's no way you're getting into the hero course without a quirk. A student said, laughing loudly. Ami heard her classmates' laughter and frowned. She stared at her brother with an embarrassed expression, placing her chin on her desk to lay low. She could see the faces of every student around her laughing at her brother. After that comment by one of her classmates, Izuku stood up out of his seat. Actually, they got rid of that rule. I could be the first one. Izuku stated, getting out of his seat, before he could react. Bakugo came charging towards his desk and slammed his fist onto Izuku's desk. Ami saw the fist slam down on Izuku's desk and raise her head up in shock, flinching in response. Before Ami could react, Bakugo activated his quirk and created explosions from the palm of his hand, destroying the desk. Ami watched as Izuku was pushed into the back of the class from the force of the explosion. Ami gasped and looked at Bakugo with fire in her eyes. She couldn't believe Bakugo would use his quirk on her brother like that. Actually, she could, but she was still angry at him. She narrowed her eyes at him, visibly upset. She gripped the sides of her desk and gulped, feeling a tingling sensation move up from her body and into her mouth. A small glow illuminated her neck, shining through the skin like a hand over a flashlight. She gritted her teeth and saw a small bit of smoke emit through her teeth. Bakugo noticed Ami's upset expression on her face and caught a glimpse of the smoke coming out of her mouth in his peripheral vision. He internally groaned and held back his explosions. He controlled his explosions and made sure he used it just enough to fly smoke off of both his hands. Ami glared at his move, knowing exactly what he was doing. He's remembered, I can't collect smoke. Ami thought to herself, I'm too far away from them to use my quirk, too. Damn it. Kaken, please don't do anything physical. Ami begged in her mind. Bakugo saw she was unable to do anything and grinned. Listen up, DEKu. You're even worse than the rest of these damn rejects you quirkless wannabe. You really think they'd let someone like you in when they could have me? Bakugo asked angrily. Izuku looked at Bakugo's face and panicked. No, wait. You got it all wrong, really? I'm not trying to compete against you. You've got to believe me. DEKu said, crawling back against the wall. It's just that. I've wanted to be a hero since I was little. I may not have a quirk, but I can still try my hardest, can I? Izuku asked, making Bakugo scoff. You'd never be able to hang with the best of the best. You'd die in the exams. Defenseless Izuku. The school's already crappy. You really want to embarrass it more by failing so hard. Bakugo questioned, making Izuku feel upset. 12:02 p.m. the same city. A woman's scream disrupted everyday life in the city. Rush out of the store. A man shouted out at the thing that just robbed him. Hey, get back here. He shouted, watching the thing run off. Someone stop that monster. He pleaded. The sludge monster laughed at the store owner and continued running away. He ran past several pedestrians on the sidewalk, who moved out of his way. Yo, all you want. Sucker. This cash is mine. The sludge monster said, cash slipping off his body. Pedestrians across the street watched the scene take place with strangely calm expressions. Dude, we're all the heroes. Weird. Normally someone would swoop in right away. Maybe they're all still busy from that scene this morning. The man said, watching the sludge villain escape. Remember when we didn't have to worry about randos with quirks all the time? The man asked, exiting the store behind him. A skinny man looked at the escaping sludge villain and flexed. His body stretched outward into a completely muscular form. Seriously, there's no stopping him. Yes, there is, the man said, getting the pedestrian's attention. You know why? He asked. The sludge villain heard the deep voice and looked to his left. H.I.'s eyes were shocked to see who it was. His eyes widened at the signature smile that was on his face. Oh, no! The sludge villain thought. I am here. Aldred Junior High. Ami sat in the back of the class on the right side. She watched Izuku pack up and followed his example. She pulled books into her backpack and jumped when a metal object fell out of her backpack and clanked on the floor. Her eyes widened at the clanking sound and raised her head up to look at the classroom. She was relieved to know everyone had left already except for her and Izuku. She looked down on the floor with a plain smile and stared at the metal object on the floor. She sighed and bent over, dropping her knees to the floor. She quickly swiped the metal object off the floor and wiped off the dust and dirt. It was her personal lighter. She smiled at the shine coming off the metal lighter and remembered a memory from her mind. Fire quirks aren't as rare as you think, but given the uniqueness of her quirk, I'd say practicing on a lighter should be useful. The doctor explained to Izuku Midoriya, confusing her. Is it really safe for her to carry around a lighter? Izuku asked, putting a hand on her daughter. Normally I'd say no, but in this situation it could prevent another accident like at school from happening again. The doctor explained. How so? Izuku asked. It's not unheard of that manifesting a quirk can cause some accidents to occur, especially relating to quirks like your daughter's. However, most of them have no way of getting rid of their own fire. Fortunately for Ami, her quirk lets her collect fire. We don't usually encourage children to use their quirks at such a young age, but given the circumstances, it's best she gets help with her quirk. The doctor explained. Not every fire user has the ability to stop their own fire. She should consider herself lucky, the doctor said. The voice echoed through her head as she stared at the lighter. She could remember as clear as day when she had first manifested her quirk. It was a day she wouldn't ever forget. I don't know what you think you're doing, DEKu, but we're not done, Bakugo said, getting Ami's attention away from her memories. She put her lighter into her backpack and stayed hidden on the floor behind her desk. She peeked her head over the desk and watched Bakugo and his friends show up. She looked at Bakugo with a glare and wondered what he wanted with her brother. Her eyes widened when she noticed the book he was holding. It was Izuku's hero notebook. What you got? His diary. Bakugo's friend asked. Huh? Don't tell me you're taking notes on how to be a hero. That's so pathetic. The other one laughed. He's delusional, he said, insulting his notebook. Real funny, guys, just give it back. Izuku said, hoping Bakugo would hand over his notebook. Instead of handing it over, Bakugo activated his quirk, forcing Ami into action. She quickly stood up and inhaled as wide as she could. The instant his explosions went off in his palms, the flames shot out his hands and flew towards Ami's mouth. Bakugo was caught off guard by the action and glared. The kids behind him were caught off guard by the flying flame and panicked for a second. So you're here too, Habanero? Bakugo said with an annoyed glare. It didn't matter to Bakugo. He knew what to do with her around. Without turning around, he threw the notebook behind him and right out the window. Izuku freaked out at seeing his notebook get thrown out the window and flung his arms in the air. Hey! You know what that notebook meant to him, Bakugo. Ami scolded him. Bakugo gave her a passing glare before looking back at Izuku. Humph. Most first-string heroes show potential early on. People look at them and know they're just destined for greatness. When I'm the only student from this garbage junior high to get into UA, people will start talking to me like that. They'll realize I'm legit. The next big thing. That's not ego talking. I just know I'm good. Ego, his friend said behind his back. Here's a little word of advice, nerd. Bakugo said, putting a hand on his shoulder. Don't even think of applying or else. Bakugo smiled, threateningly. He used his quirk to make his hand smoke again while on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku stared at Bakugo in shock, completely startled by his actions. That's just sad. I thought you at least had some fight in you. Bakugo's friend said, disappointed by Izuku's lack of action. He finally gets it. He'll never be a hero. Better to find out now instead of later, I guess. Bakugo's other friend said, you know, if you really want to be a hero that badly, there actually might be another way. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Bakugo said. Izuku heard the words that escaped out of Bakugo's mouth and turned around. He looked at Bakugo with a face that looked ready to cry. Izuku was clearly bothered by the words from the explosive blonde. Izuku wanted to say something, at least do something, but he found himself unable to move. Bakugo had his fist raised and created small explosions on his hand as a threat display. Izuku looked at the exploding hand and froze, getting Bakugo to smirk. Ami heard the words that escaped Bakugo's mouth and let out a small gasp. Her gasp caught Bakugo's attention, getting him to stare at Ami. He saw the surprised expression on her face and clenched his fist. What are you looking at, habanero? Bakugo said, narrowing his eyes at her. Ami gripped her desk with both her hands, unsure what to do. Is he trying to get me to use my quirk? Ami thought, no, he knows me. He knows I wouldn't. Not even for this. Ami thought. She released her grip on the desk and sighed. She closed her eyes and swallowed the fire in her mouth, deactivating her quirk. That's what I thought. Bakugo said, leaving the classroom. Ami watched Bakugo and his friends leave the classroom and sighed again. She looked at her bag and pulled out a bottle of water. She opened the cap and drank as much as she could out of the bottle. That jerk. He knows how I feel about my quirk. Ami thought, closing the lid on her drink. She looked up to the middle of the class and saw Izuku gathering his things in silence. His green hair covered his eyes, covering the sad expression on his face. Ami looked at Izuku with sympathy. She knew how Bakugo was around her brother, especially after discovering he's quirkless. She looked at him and didn't know what to say to him. Izzy, she called out to him. Izuku stopped what he was doing and listened to his sister. Yeah. Izuku asked, are you okay? She asked out of worry. I'm fine. Thanks for not letting him use his quirk on me. Izuku said, thanking her. You know how he is, Izzy. I just can't believe he'd say that. Ami said, thinking about what Bakugo said. Yeah, I know. Izuku frowned. Hey, I was supposed to go to the arcade with friends after school today. Do you want to come? Blow off some steam, maybe? Ami offered, hoping to get Izuku's mind off things. Izuku appreciated the offer, but shook his head and declined. Thanks, Ami, but I'm just going to walk home. I need to go get my notebook anyway. See you later. Izuku said, leaving the classroom. Ami wanted to say something back, but he left before she could get a word out. She stared at the door for a few seconds, thinking about him. She frowned and stared at her desk in disappointment. She didn't like when her brother was sad like this. I'm sorry, Izuku, Ami thought. That was when a memory went through her head. Ami frowned as she thought about the past again. Years ago. Mom, hurry! A smaller Izuku said, running into the kitchen. Behind him was a smaller Ami that quickly caught up to him. They both had smiles on their faces as they reached their mother. Come on, Mom. It's computer time. Already? Enko said, washing dishes. Faster, let's go. Geez, I think you added 10,000 views to this video yourselves, kids. I don't know why you like it. I think it's scary. Enko said, starting the video with Ami in her left arm. Ami looked at the video with a rush of excitement. Izuku was rocking back and forth on the chair with excitement. The twins were incredibly excited to watch their favorite video again. The video I love was an old one, disaster footage from a long time ago, but more importantly, it was the debut of the greatest hero the world has ever known. Who is this? The guy's already saved 100 at least, and it hasn't even been 10 minutes. This is crazy, I can't believe it. The reporter screamed. Ha 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 ha. Look, he's got more. The reporter screamed in shock. The giant man laughed once more as he carried 6 people on his body. 2 people were on each shoulder along with people on both his arms. Fear not, citizens. Hope has arrived. The man said. Izuku made noises with his mouth as his favorite part approached. Because I am here, the man exclaimed. Izuku got up from his chair with glee. He raised his action figure in the air and ran around the room. Inko put down Ami and let her chase after her brother with glee. He's the coolest in the universe. And once we get our quirks, me and Ami are going to be heroes just like him. Yeah, Ami exclaimed loudly, raising her arms high with happiness. Inko watched her children play with each other at the door with a smile. She had the unsure look on her face from her children. Sorry, kid, it's not going to happen, the doctor said. Izuku froze in place after hearing those words. The action figure he had in his hands dropped to the floor upon hearing the revelation. Oh, dear. So you really think there's something wrong then? Most of the other kindergartners in his class have begun to show signs already. Even Ami. Inko frowned, looking at Izuku with worry. Izuku's eyes were bulging wide. The hair on his face gave his wide eyes cover from the bright hospital light. My records say you're a fourth-generation quirk user. What powers do you and the boy's father have? The doctor asked. Nothing too special. I can float small objects towards me, and my husband breathes fire. They're useful enough, I suppose. Inko said, levitating the small action figure into her hand. Izuku should have already manifested one of these quirks, or a combination of both like your daughter, but after viewing his x-rays. I don't think he's going to. This is an x-ray of your son's foot, compared with an x-ray of your daughter's. The doctor said, putting both x-rays on the board to his left. You see, when superpowers first began appearing, there were many research studies conducted, and doctors discovered a link between the bones in a person's foot and their likelihood of developing a quirk. People with powers have only one joint in their pinky toes. As you can see, your daughter has only one joint in her pinky toe. Her body has evolved into a more streamlined version of the human form. You can see here that Izuku has 2 joints in his pinky, like roughly 20% of the population these days. Based on the research that's available, it's safe to say your son isn't going to develop a quirk. After the trip to the doctors, Izuku sat alone in a room with nothing but the computer on. Inko stood at the door with Ami, standing a foot away from her mother. Ami heard what had happened to her brother from her mother. She couldn't understand why he didn't have a quirk. It felt completely impossible in her young mind. Ami watched her mother open the door with Izuku inside. Ami took a peek in the room and saw Izuku staring at the computer, watching the same disaster footage they both loved. But something was different about it now. Ami wasn't getting the same amount of excitement she felt when watching it before she developed her quirk. And now, she learned a different perspective on the video. She felt herself begin to cry at the scene in front of her. See that, Mom? Izuku said. There's always a smile on his face no matter how bad things get. Even when things seem impossible, he never gives up. Izuku said, turning the chair around. Both Inko and Ami teared up when they saw a crying Izuku pointing at the computer screen. Ami saw how red her brother's face had gotten, and noticed his shaking while he pointed at the screen. Do you think I could be a hero too? Izuku asked. Silence filled the room as Inko slowly approached Izuku. Inko dropped to the floor and grabbed onto Izuku with tears on her face. Ami watched the scene play out at the door. I'm sorry, Izuku. I wish things were different. Inko cried out. Ami felt herself cry at the scene in front of her and ran up to them. She got up on the chair and hugged her brother. Mom, Ami, that's not what I needed you to say. Couldn't you see? My world was crumbling. There was only one thing I wanted to hear. Izuku narrated. Izuku left school a while ago. He looked down at his notebook and saw it was starting to dry. Izuku remembered leaving the classroom and exiting the school. He walked over to where his class's window was and saw his notebook floating in the water, surrounded by fish. He pulled it out of the water, happy that it wasn't burnt from Bakugo's attempt to blow it up. Thinking back to the present, Izuku stopped walking as he approached the underpass. I made a decision that day. No matter what anyone else thinks, I have to believe in myself, and I'll keep smiling just like him. Izuku thought, raising his fist. He started to laugh just like All Might as he walked through the underpass. His laughing blocked him from hearing the sewer grate move. Behind him, the sludge villain appeared out of the sewer. Izuku heard the sound of sloshing and stopped laughing. He turned around and saw what was rising out of the sewer. His mouth was open in shock at the thing in front of him. A villain? Izuku thought out loud. The sludge villain maneuvered out of the sewer and opened his eyes. He stared at the green-haired boy and showed his teeth. "You'll make a perfect skin suit for me to hide in, kid," the sludge villain said. Izuku heard the words and started to run away. The sludge villain quickly caught up to him and jumped onto Izuku. He quickly pulled him back into the darkness of the underpass and shoved his sludge into his mouth. Izuku screamed through the sludge as he felt it enter his mouth. "Don't worry, I'm just taking over your body. It'll be easier for both of us if you don't fight back. It'll only hurt for a minute. You'll feel better soon," the sludge villain assured him. "I can't breath." Izuku thought, realizing the sludge villain was also blocking him from breathing through his nose. Izuku felt himself getting exhausted from the attack and tried pulling him away from his face. "Grab, all you on my body is made of fluid. Thanks for the help. You're a real hero to me, kid. I didn't know he was in the city. I gotta get out of here fast before he tracks me down," the sludge villain said. "My body getting weak. I think I'm dying. No way. This can't be the end. Somebody help," Izuku thought as he slowly started to lose consciousness. Then the sewer grate suddenly flew into the ceiling. The sludge monster heard the sound and looked behind him. His eyes widened when he saw the figure that appeared out of the sewer. "Have no fear, you are safe. Now that I am here, that is," the muscular man said. The sludge villain raised his fluid arm into the air and lunged it toward the man. The hero quickly ducked under the arm, easily dodging the attack. He smiled and rushed towards the sludge villain. The villain widened its eye and extended his other arm towards the hero. He watched the hero reel his arm back and shout, "Texas Smash." The hero shouted, punching the sludge villain's hand. The air pressure from the punch vibrated the sludge villain's body. He felt hurricane winds fly towards him and yelled. He was unable to hold himself together from the strength of the punch. "I can't hold together," the sludge villain said before blowing up. Izuku felt himself breath again and opened his eyes. For a split second, he saw the figure of a muscular hero stare at him. "Is that All Might?" Izuku thought before falling unconscious. "Hey, wake up, hey," All Might said, lightly slapping the unconscious boy repeatedly. Izuku felt himself regain consciousness and heard the man's voice. He looked up and saw All Might look at him with a smile. "Thought we lost you there," All Might said. Izuku screamed and crawled back at the sight of his favorite hero. "Well, looks like you're moving around all right. Sorry about that back there. I didn't mean to get you caught up in my justicing. Usually I pay more attention to keeping bystanders safe. But it turns out the city's sewer system is pretty difficult to navigate." "Ha ha ha," All Might exclaimed. Izuku stared up at him in total shock. He couldn't believe what he was looking at, nor could he believe who was standing next to him. "Anyway, you were a big help. Thank you. I've captured the evildoer," All Might explained, thanking the boy. All Might showed off the bottle that contained the sludge villain. Izuku stared at the bottle and was amazed such a large villain could fit inside a 2-liter bottle. The most amazing hero in the entire world. All Might, the real thing, in the flesh, standing right in front of me. He looks so much cooler in person, Izuku thought, staring at All Might's huge smile. "Holy crap, I've got to get an autograph. I got a pen around here somewhere. Please sign my notebook," Izuku requested, pulling out his notebook. He already did," Izuku exclaimed, opening his notebook to see All Might's signature taking up an entire page. Izuku quickly started bowing his head in respect. "Thank you so much. This will be an heirloom, a family treasure passed down for generations to come," Izuku exclaimed, bowing intensively. "Uh-huh," All Might said, giving Izuku a thumbs up. "Well, I've got to get this guy to the police so they can take care of him. Stay out of trouble. See you around," All Might said, starting to stretch his legs. Izuku stopped his bowing and stared up at All Might. "Wait, you're leaving? Already?" Izuku asked, stuttering just a bit. Pro heroes are constantly fighting time as well as enemies. All Might said, "He can't go yet. There's still so many questions I have to ask him." Izuku thought, now stand back. I'm taking off. All Might warned. He quickly jumped high into the air at incredible speed, reaching high in the sky. Thanks for your continued support. All Might shouted. He felt a force on his leg as he flew in the air and looked back. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw the green-haired boy holding onto his leg with his mouth flapping in the wind. Seeing the boy made him panic over personal space. Let go. I love my fans, but this is too much. All Might, grabbing the boy. Wait, we're flying. If I let go now, I'll die. Izuku shouted. All Might stopped his attempts to get him off him as he realized his position. Oh, that's a good point. All Might admitted. I just have a lot of things I want to ask you personally. You're my all-time favorite hero, All Might. Izuku blurted out. Okay, I get it. Just keep your eyes and mouth shut. All Might said. Izuku listened to the advice from All Might and did as told. All Might grabbed onto the boy and looked for somewhere to land. He coughed a little and felt blood escape his mouth. Shit, All Might said. All Might found a building to land on and dropped onto it. He let Izuku down and made sure he was a distance away from him. Izuku took huge breaths as he regained his senses. He looked deader than usual after the dangerous thing he did. He was happy to be back on solid ground again. My whole life just flashed before my eyes. Izuku commented, feeling drained. His heart was beating rapidly from being high in the air. Not a very smart move. Bang on the door for a while. Someone will let you in. Now I have to go. See you on the flip side. All Might said, making his exit. Izuku heard his words and quickly recovered. Wait, not yet. 1 second. He pleaded. No, I don't have any time. All Might replied. I have to know. Izuku shouted, reaching his hand out. Memories flooded in his mind as the past came to him. He thought about the words that his mom said to him all those years ago. Sometimes I do feel like I'm a failure, like there's no hope for me. But even so, I'm not going to give up. Ever. Izuku thought, is it possible to become a hero even if I don't have a quirk? Izuku blurted out. All Might heard what the kid said and stopped. I'm a normal kid without any powers. Could I ever hope to be someone like you? Izuku asked. All Might heard his words and turned his head. Without a quirk? All Might questioned, feeling deja vu from the question. He paused what he was doing and winced in pain. He felt like a sharp blade had just stabbed through his skin. Oh no, not now, damn it. Not here. All Might muttered through the intense pain. All Might crouched to the floor and started to emit smoke throughout his body. Izuku was too caught up in his own words to see what was going on. People think I don't have a chance. That not having any powers makes me some kind of weakling. Even my sister thinks so. My classmates like to make fun of me. Izuku frowned, thinking about the people in his life. But you know what? That makes me want to prove them wrong. Ever since I was a kid, I thought that saving people was the coolest thing you can do. I want people to see my fearless smile and feel safe, and be the kind of hero everyone in the world looks up to. Just like you, Izuku said, cutting himself off. As he spoke, he stared up at All Might and saw something he wasn't expecting to see. A different person was in front of him. A serious-faced, skinny-looking skeleton was staring at him through smoke. Izuku was dumbfounded by the blonde skeleton man's appearance, feeling air escape his lungs in shock. His mouth dropped at the sight of him, feeling his mind start to freak out in terror. All Might looked at him in his skinny form with piercing eyes and frowned. This was going to be a headache for him to explain. Somewhere else. Ami kept quiet while walking down the sidewalk with her friends beside her. Whenever she wasn't walking home from school, this was the daily route she'd take to go shopping with her friends. On this occasion, it was also the fastest way to get to the arcade. Ami walked beside a girl with orange hair who had her arm wrapped around a boy's arm. The boy had short hair and also happened to be the boyfriend of her orange-haired friend. Her friends were dating for quite a while. They were head over heels in love with each other, which often made Ami feel like the third wheel. Her friends were the only people she talked to daily. They were also one of the few people in school who weren't afraid of her quirk. They smiled at each other and laughed at a joke the boyfriend had made. Ami heard the joke and laughed a little to not arouse suspicion of her downtrodden mood. She tuned out their laughs and stared at the pavement as she walked, frowning in sadness. The words that came out of Bakugo's mouth were still fresh in her mind. You know, if you really want to be a hero that badly, there actually might be another way. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Bakugo's voice echoed through her mind. Ami winced at the line and squeezed her backpack straps in response. She couldn't believe he'd stoop that low in his daily insults towards her brother. She knew in her mind why he would target her brother so much. She didn't want to admit it, but she knew he was right. Unlike her, Izuku wasn't blessed with a quirk that came from their parents like hers did. It's not common for twins to share the same quirk, unless you were identical. Even so, she wished he had been born with a quirk. Maybe then she would have turned out better. She could understand how Izuku felt, even though she had a quirk. She thought back to the day her quirk manifested and closed her eyes. Ami sat in the office chairs in the fetal position, bawling her eyes out. Vivid memories of her recent actions looped in her mind. The experience was absolutely traumatizing to her. Inko had arrived shortly after receiving the call from school and stared at her traumatized daughter with worry. Her heart skipped a beat upon seeing Ami cry. She reached her hand out to try and comfort her daughter, only for Ami to smack her hand away. "Don't. I don't want to hurt you," Ami yelled, her voice cracking. "Principal Takedo, what happened? My daughter won't let me touch her ever since I arrived here," Inko asked, staring at her daughter with worry. "Your daughter manifested her quirk today and started a fire. She was playing with the other students in her class when she suddenly got the hiccups and started spewing fire out her mouth. She tried to cover her mouth, but the other kids swarmed her. They didn't know any better. They just wanted to see her quirk. But she hiccuped and accidentally set some of the students' desks on fire." The principal explained, causing Inko's eyes to widen. "Oh dear," Inko said, putting a hand over her mouth to hide her shock. "Was anyone hurt?" she asked, full of concern. Principal Takedo simply shook his head and continued. "Fortunately, one of our other students used his quirk to let smoke out of his hands and activate the sprinklers in the class. When the sprinklers activated, it prevented her from hiccuping more fire," he explained, bringing tremendous relief to Inko's mind. "That's a relief," she stated. "After that, your son, Izuku Midoriya, directed her to the sink where she spewed fire into the sink until her hiccups stopped. You have a smart kid. He knew the sink was non-flammable and told her to spew her fire there. It's thanks to him and the other student, Katsuki Bakugo, that nothing bad happened to her or the other students. Sir, I'm so sorry for what happened. My husband can breathe fire. I didn't realize what would happen if her quirk were to suddenly activate at school." "It's no problem at all, Mrs. Midoriya. I've seen my fair share of accidental quirk-related accidents in my years at this school. Nothing of value was lost in the accident. However, given the potential dangers of her quirk, I have to recommend immediate quirk counseling starting today, as well as a doctor's visit." Inko agreed, signing her name on the approval sheet for quirk counseling. Ami entered her class for the first time since the accident and immediately got the attention of every kid in class. "Ami!" Izuku shouted with joy. Ami looked at Izuku, smiling at her, and smiled back. Her smile quickly faded when a new voice spoke up. "Hey, Fire Breath, you set my desk on fire." Bakugo shouted from across the room. Ami heard Bakugo's harsh tone and flinched, feeling small. She sniffled and tried to speak up. "I'm sorry. You could have hurt someone with that quirk. You even set the desks on fire. Only villains with flame quirks set desks on fire. You're a villain, Ami." Bakugo shouted. Ami looked at the boy and felt tears fall down her face. She didn't want to hurt anyone. She didn't want to be a villain. The thought terrified her. Ami looked at the class and saw their expressions. They were afraid of her. Everyone was afraid of her, except for Izuku. "That's not true, Kaken. All Might said anyone can be a hero no matter the quirk. And don't forget, Endeavor's a hero, too. And he's got a fire quirk, too." Izuku said, defending his sister with pride. "That's right, class. The hero Endeavor has a fire quirk, too. This is a great time as ever to bring up fire safety rules. Ami, please take a seat. The teacher said. Ami sniffled and slowly walked towards an empty desk. She looked at Bakugo from her seat and blew her nose. At that moment, she believed what Bakugo said. Ami broke out her memory and returned to reality, sniffling a bit. Stupid Bakugo, Ami muttered out loud, holding in her anger. Ami's insult toward Bakugo had caught the attention of the orange-haired girl next to her. She turned her head and glanced at Ami, noticing the frown she had on her face. She tilted her head and looked at Ami with concern. Her boyfriend noticed her action and looked at Ami as well. The orange-haired girl put her hand on Ami's shoulder and grabbed her attention. "Hey, are you okay?" she asked, concerned. "We heard what Bakugo said earlier during class and felt bad," she said. "I thought him and Midoriya were friends?" The boy asked. "They are," Ami said, thinking about their complicated friendship with the blonde. The boy lowered his eyes and scoffed. "Yeah? Then why is he such an ass to your brother, just because he's quirkless?" The boy questioned, making Ami frown. "He's just being a jerk because he wants to go to UA High as well," Ami said, letting go of her backpack straps. "But, Ami, don't you want to go to UA High as well? Why doesn't he come at you too?" The boy asked, raising his eyebrow. "It's because he knows." Ami answered in a low voice. "Huh? Knows what?" The boy asked with a puzzled look. "He knows I ignore my brother because of my quirk. That's why I don't go near him." "But you don't go near anyone, except us, of course," the orange-haired girl said. "Yeah, that's only because you guys aren't affected by my quirk," Ami said, attempting to pull her lighter out. "Oh, let me," the orange-haired girl said. She snapped her finger, and a small candle-sized flame appeared at the top of her finger. Ami looked at the small flame on her friend's hand and smiled. She inhaled and let the small flame fly into her mouth. "Gotta keep practicing, right?" The girl laughed. "Thanks." Ami smiled, appreciating the gift. She and her friends crossed the streets and laughed together as they made jokes. Ami was smiling at the happy couple beside her and sighed, closing her eyes. "At least I have you guys," she admitted. "Idiots," a voice shouted. Ami quickly opened her eyes and saw Bakugo in an alleyway with his friends to her right. Ami saw Bakugo and felt a small bit of anger well inside of her. She stopped in the center of the alleyway and stared at Bakugo. He hadn't noticed she was there yet. Ami clenched her fists and stared at him. Her friends realized she wasn't beside them and turned around. They were unaware of Bakugo standing in the alleyway. "What's the matter, Ami?" the orange-haired girl asked. Ami shrugged and smiled to dispel any worries and waved at them. "You two go on ahead. I'll catch up with you," Ami said. "All right, later, Ami." The orange-haired girl waved. "See ya." The boy waved. Ami waved back at them and watched them leave. When she was clear, she turned back at the alleyway and stared at Bakugo. He was yelling at his friends in front of him. She reached into her backpack and pulled out her lighter. She looked at it for a second, then back at Bakugo. She flicked the lighter and quickly inhaled the flame. With that done with, she started her approach. Ami entered the alleyway and walked past an empty soda bottle. Unbeknownst to her, a small green sludge stared at her as she walked past him. Ami thought of something to get Bakugo's attention and quickly thought of something. "Hey, Kaken," she yelled, getting the group's attention. "Huh?" Bakugo heard her voice and turned around. He saw the approaching girl and raised his eyebrow, immediately recognizing her plain face. "Is that you, Habanero?" Bakugo asked, narrowing his eyes and pretending to not be surprised by her appearance. His friends behind him looked at each other and back at Ami before whispering amongst each other. "Midoriya's sister? What is she doing here?" The kid with extendable fingers asked, gulping. He remembered the last time she had approached him, and Bakugo. "What the hell do you want? Have you been following me, or something?" Bakugo asked, glaring at her menacingly. Ami saw those angry eyes and kept her serious expression. She knew about his intimidation tactics. She also knew his best one wouldn't work on her. She clenched her fists and approached the blonde with each step, getting louder. Off to the side, the sludge villain watched the scene unfurl with amused interest. Why would you say that to him, Kakin? Ami asked, keeping her face low to the ground. Her hair covered her eyes, preventing her upset eyes from being seen by the explosive teen. So that's what this is about, huh? DEKu. Bakugo said, making Ami even more upset. His name is Izuku. She gritted angrily. You got a problem with what I say, habanero? He asked. I do. We're friends, Bakugo. You know it's his dream to become a hero, just like us. What the hell's your problem with that? Ami shouted, raising her head up to make eye contact with Bakugo. Bakugo saw her eyes and scoffed. Cut the crap. We're not friends. Not you or that quirkless idiot. And don't act like you believe in him. I figured you out a long time ago. Fire breath. You don't believe he can become a hero either. Bakugo said, making Ami clench her fists in distress. A quirkless superhero? Give me a break. You don't want him to become a hero either. Bakugo said, not holding back. Ami's eyes widened at Bakugo's words. She felt the fire inside her start to activate. She remembered when Izuku had asked her if he could be a hero, and she remembered what she said with overwhelming regret. The second he tries to be a hero, he'll die and you know it. Why bother letting him believe he's good for anything? That's how people get killed. Bakugo said, crossing his arms. Ami gritted her teeth and held in her breath. You're wrong about him. He has a drive just like you, Kakin. That notebook you tried to destroy earlier today. He writes down everything about being a hero in that notebook. Sometimes I wonder if he was ever jealous of me. We're only 3 minutes apart, and I'm the one with a quirk. But I realized something. He wasn't jealous of me. He was proud of me. He was happy for me. I got a quirk, and he didn't. He didn't. Ami said, frowning while clenching her fists. She looked down to cement and watched her tears hit the ground. Her head shook as her emotions got the best of her, summoning up enough courage and willpower to shout back at him. He's an inspiration, Kakin, and a hero always inspires others. So, guess what, Kakin? Ami asked, raising her voice. The tone of her voice had caught Bakugo and his friends by surprise. Bakugo raised his eyes questionably at her, thrown off by her increasingly loud voice. Izuku's already a better hero than you'll ever be. She screamed as loud as she could. Her voice echoed down the alleyway. Bakugo and his friends stood there completely in silence at her outburst. None of them expected her voice to get that high. Bakugo was surprised the most. He had to think about what to say in response. However, before he could speak up, sludge began to pile up behind her. Bakugo and his friends saw the sludge behind Ami and widened their eyes. Ami was worn out from her outburst and panted in exhaustion. She looked at their shocked reactions and wondered if it was because of her until she heard a strange noise behind her. Followed by the strange noise was a laugh that shook Ami's core. She felt her senses tingle in fear and slowly turned her head to see the source of the strange laughter. What dash! She looked up at the giant sludge laughing at her and felt her heart skip a beat. A villain, she thought in fear. That was very entertaining. Kid. I was going to try and take that kid's body, but now I'm not sure which is better. I'll just take the body of whoever dies first. The sludge villain said. Smiling, the sludge villain charged toward Ami and extended his sludge toward her. She let out a fearful scream and tried to activate her quirk before she felt someone grab her shoulder. After that, things got blurry. Some building's roof. Meanwhile, Izuku couldn't stop screaming. Right in front of him was a skeleton man that had once been All Might only a minute ago. Izuku was stunned when he saw the skinny man. He had no idea what to think after seeing him. His appearance was so off-putting to Izuku that he denied what he saw with his own eyes. There was absolutely no way that he was the real All Might. Wait, who? What happened, you deflated? Where'd All Might go? You're not him. You're a fake, an imposter. Izuku stuttered in denial. All Might heard the boy's panicked denial inside, already feeling a headache coming. I assure you that I am All Me dash, he coughed up blood before finishing his sentence. Izuku freaked out again at the sight of the coughing man. Oh, impossible. Izuku screamed, having a mental breakdown. You know how guys at the pool are always sucking in and flexing and trying to look buff? I'm like that. All Might explained, making a visual in Izuku's head. Izuku imagined it in his head and screamed, "This can't be real." Izuku freaked out. "No, I'm dreaming. All Might's a giant, a man who saves everyone. He defeats all obstacles and wins the day with a fearless smile." Izuku said, continuing to stay in denial. All Might scoffed at the comment. "There's plenty of fear behind that smile." All Might stated, shutting Izuku up. All Might took a seat on the floor and stared at Izuku with a serious stare. "I'm counting on you to keep your mouth shut. Don't go talking about this online or telling your friends." All Might requested, confusing Izuku. Izuku looked at All Might with a puzzled look, not understanding the request. All Might saw his confusion and decided to lift his shirt, showing off his wound to Izuku. Izuku reeled back in disgust at the sight of the horrific wound. "Pretty gross, right? I got this in a big fight 5 years back. My respiratory system was basically destroyed. I lost my whole stomach. All the surgeries have pretty much worn me out, and it can't be fixed. Right now I can only do hero work for about 3 hours a day. Rest of the time, this is what I look like." All Might said, scaring Izuku. Izuku was beyond shocked to hear those words. The thought of having multiple surgeries and still having a wound like that upset him, especially when it was on the body of his idol. He thought about what he said and wondered what happened 5 years ago. No way. 5 years ago? So does that mean it was the fight with Toxic Chainsaw? He asked, "Wow, you know your stuff." But no, the punk may have landed some hits, but he couldn't bring me down. Most of the world has never heard of this fight. I did everything I could to keep it under wraps. All Might said, "I'm supposed to be the guy who's always smiling, right? I'm the symbol of peace. People everywhere have to think I'm never afraid. But honestly, I smile to hide the fear inside." All Might said. He raised his hand up and clenched his fist tight. "It's just a brave face I put on when the pressure is high. This job isn't easy. Pro heroes are always having to risk their lives. Some villains just can't be beaten without powers. So can you be a hero? Not without a quirk." All Might answered truthfully, crushing Izuku's spirit. Izuku listened to what All Might said and lowered his head. "I see." He muttered, "If you want to help people, there are plenty other ways to do it. You can become a police officer. They get crap because the heroes capture most of the villains, but it's a fine profession. It's not bad to have a dream. Young man, just make sure your dreams are attainable. Realistic. Understand?" All Might said, leaving the building's roof through the door. All Might didn't stay to look at the kid's reaction to his advice. Entering the stairs, he walked down the steps and coughed up more blood and exhaustion. "Now, let's get you to the station." All Might said, grabbing his pocket. His eyes widened when he felt the lack of a bottle in his pocket. He pulled out both of his pockets and looked around the stairs. On cue, a large explosion was heard from a mile away. All Might looked out the window and saw the explosion. He let go of his pocket and gritted his teeth. Not good. All Might thought, fearing for the worst. From the rooftop, Izuku saw the explosion and temporarily snapped out of his depressed state. He stared at the explosion and watched the smoke rise into the air. A villain. I wonder which hero will show. Izuku wondered out loud. He turned around and ran toward the exit before coming to a stop. He remembered what All Might just said to him and slumped his shoulders in defeat. He sighed before walking off slowly. All Might ran as fast as he could in his skinny form toward the location of the explosion. He hoped for the best, that the explosion meant the situation was under control. He looked up at the smoke from the blast and gulped. Almost there, he thought, continuing to run. Tatooine Station. Citizens were screaming as they ran past the fire in smoke and fear. Explosions blasted smoke towards their directions as they ran. "It's a monster." A woman cried out. 3 heroes showed up at the scene. One of them was Death Arms. They stared up at the culprit that stood in the middle of the road. The sludge villain was laughing at the sight of the heroes. Death Arms looked at the sludge villain's body and saw another body squirming within it. "It's taken someone hostage," He shouted. He slammed his fists into each other and rushed toward the villain with anger. "How dare you prey on a child?" He roared, slamming his fist into the sludge villain. His fist made contact with the sludge and had no effect. Death Arms groaned and was surprised to see how ineffective his punch was. The sludge villain laughed at the action and let the hero's arm slip into his fluid body. "What the hell is this? Some kind of goo?" Death Arms said, trying to get his arm out. The sludge villain slapped him away and flung him to a metal garage door. The other two heroes approached Death Arms with concern. "You okay, Death Arms?" The bird hero asked. "Heads up." The other hero warned, dodging the assault from the sludge villain. "Stay back, or I'll snap his neck." The sludge villain demanded. Bakugo wiggled his head out of the sludge villain's grasp and roared loudly. "You picked the wrong guy to mess with. I'm going to sink you back to whatever sewer you crawled out of. Let me go." Bakugo yelled, creating gigantic explosions out of his hands. The sludge villain saw the explosions produced by the teen and grinned. The force of the explosion shook the nearby buildings, creating a small vibration in the ground. The vibrations traveled far, reaching a small alleyway in an instant. The vibrations disturbed the girl that laid on top of a pile of trash. She moaned in confusion and moved around, feeling her regain consciousness. Ami tensed her body and lifted her head out of the pile of trash. She opened her eyes and felt her heart beating rapidly. Ami woke up dazed and confused, not knowing how she got there. She had trouble remembering anything in the past 5 minutes. She winced at the pain coming from her head and stroked it, trying to recover her memory. After a few seconds of lying there, did her memory return. Everything except how she got in the trash pile before she was knocked out came flooding back to her as she recovered, making her panic in realization. The sight of a villain staring down at her sent a chill down her spine. The sludge villain's intimidating presence terrified Ami, making her shiver. Upon recovering, she immediately looked around the alleyway for any sign of Bakugo and his friends. She could only hope they managed to get away in time. She tried to think about how she ended up in this pile of garbage and was drawing blanks, forcing her to assume what happened. The sludge guy must have thrown me to the side and went after Bakugo, she thought, realizing what she thought a second later. "Bakugo!" She gasped. She then heard another explosion to her right and saw the sludge villain in the center of the blasts. She was so close to the sludge villain. It's a miracle he hadn't noticed her yet. Ami couldn't believe the position she was in. Trapped in an alleyway with no escape. A real villain was right in front of her, and Bakugo was missing. Among the crowd, All Might arrived. He looked at the action and winced. He tried to go into his muscle form, but couldn't. He gripped his shirt in anger at the mistake he made. "I must have dropped him in the air. I was distracted worrying about my time limit. I can't believe I made such a rookie mistake. And after lecturing that kid about what it takes to be a hero, I'm pathetic," All Might muttered, shaming himself. Izuku walked the streets, reading his notebook. He looked through all his notes on different heroes he had seen. Words from his past slipped back into his mind as he read the book. He closed it and sighed. Even All Might said it. A hero needs a quirk. Don't cry, damn it. Deep down you knew this all along. You've just been avoiding reality. That's why you were trying so desperately to prove yourself wrong. Izuku thought. He thought about what would have happened if he agreed with his sister's offer and went to the arcade with her. At least he'd still believe in becoming a hero. His thoughts were interrupted by another explosion that rocked the ground, shaking the sidewalk Izuku stood on. The explosion interrupted his sadness and made him look up. Up the street, he saw the crowds and the smoke. That's strange. Is the fight from earlier still going on? Why am I here? Did I subconsciously walk this way to check it out? Izuku thought. He crossed the street and approached the crowd, thinking to himself, I shouldn't even stop. All my notes are useless. Izuku thought, contemplating leaving. He looked up ahead and saw what was happening. His eyes widened in shock when he saw the sludge villain was there in the middle of the burning street. That's the guy who attacked me. He gasped. That can't be right. All Might captured him. But the bottle, if he dropped it, that means it's my fault. Izuku thought, realizing he caused this. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? A citizen asked. It looks like they met their match plus the villain captured a kid, another citizen said. On the other side of the crowd, Ami got out of the trash pile and slowly approached the entrance to the alleyway, clinging onto the wall for support. She took a look at the sludge villain and her surroundings and felt her legs shake in fear. This was the closest she had ever been to a villain. When her and Izuku showed up to these disturbances, she always kept her distance while Izuku ran to the front of the crowd. She gripped the wall and frowned. She spotted 3 heroes on the ground and felt relief. However, her relief quickly vanished when she noticed their lack of action. Why aren't the heroes stopping him? She thought, shaking in terror. They're all just standing there, looking at him. Why are they just looking at him? She thought. She looked at the sludge villain more closely and realized someone was inside him. She let out a small gasp as she realized the situation. They can't do anything because the villain has someone. But who? She thought. She didn't want to think of what the person could be feeling inside that sludge villain. Back in the crowd, Izuku was sulking in his own self-blame. He covered his mouth in disgust at his own failures. He put himself down in his mind. To the left of the crowd, All Might gripped his shirt in anger. He too was blaming himself for his own failures. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. So sorry. Izuku said, apologizing to All Might in his head. I'm a disgrace. All Might said, putting himself down. Help will show up and save the day, I'm sure. Izuku thought, I'm not a real hero. All Might said, frowning in disappointment. Someone, a real hero will come soon. Izuku said, covering his mouth. At the same time, both he and Ami got a look at who was trapped inside. Izuku noticed the hair, and his eyes expanded farther than before. The prisoner's face peeked through the sludge and stared into the crowd with fear. Izuku and Ami saw those eyes and realized who was trapped inside, and without even thinking about it, Izuku bolted out of the crowd. All Might's eyes widened at the sight, as well as the other heroes. From her spot in the alleyway, Ami saw who was running out towards the sludge villain and panicked. Izuku. Ami's eyes bulged out of their sockets at the sight of her brother running towards the sludge villain. Without even thinking, she dropped her backpack and ran towards them. Death Arm saw Izuku run out towards the villain, as well as the girl rushing out of the alleyway, and shouted, Stop, you idiots. Ugh, this brat again. The sludge villain groaned. Bakugo heard his words and opened his eyes. DEKu. Bakugo muttered, barely getting a word out of the sludge. What am I doing? Why am I running? And why can't I stop? Both Izuku and Ami thought, what would a hero do right now? Izuku thought, thinking of an idea. Page 25, right? Take this. Izuku said, throwing his backpack at the monster's eyes. The sludge villain felt a soda can hit his eye and flinched. Kakin! Izuku said, grabbing onto the sludge villain's body. Ami pulled out her lighter and ate as much flame as she could. The flame surrounding the monster also vanished and flew towards her mouth. Up from above, Kamui Woods watched in awe as the flame surrounding the sludge villain flew to the girl. His eyes widened when seeing the girl. Damn it! I thought I got everyone. Kamui thought. He stood up and watched the flames enter her mouth. He looked around and decided to take the chance to swing around and save more people. Bakugo watched Izuku claw at the sludge and force his mouth out of the sludge. He quickly took huge breaths of air. He coughed before regaining his senses and watched as Ami jumped onto the sludge villain from above. Bakugo watched as both Izuku and Ami clawed at the monster with all their strength. What the hell? Why are you here? I don't know, my legs started moving. Kakin! I couldn't just stand there and watch you die. Izuku cried out. Izuku, grab him. She shouted. Izuku quickly grabbed onto Bakugo's wrist through the sludge and pulled. What would a hero do in this situation? Come on, Ami. Think, she said to herself. She then thought of something All Might would say. Eat this, Ami said, opening her mouth wide open. The sludge villain watched Ami and saw a red glow light up her throat. What the hell? The sludge villain said with confusion. He was then hit with a blast of flame that covered the top part of his body. The sludge villain felt the burn and roared in pain. She's drying me up. I need put more fluid in between that fire and my eyes. The sludge villain thought to himself. He quickly moved the fluids in his body up toward the fire in an attempt to shield himself with his own fluid. This effort caused him to put less focus on the boy trapped inside him. Izuku managed to get a single hand out of the sludge monster before he realized what he was doing. Not so fast, kid. I'm not ignoring you. Save the boy. This thing will kill him. Death Arm shouted. The sludge villain swiped at Izuku and raised his fist high in the air. Izuku fell to the floor and saw the incoming arm and raised his hands to protect himself. Before he could get, a blur appeared between him and the sludge villain. The contact with the blur created a blast of smoke that engulfed the group. Ami inhaled the smoke and gagged on her own fire. She expelled every bit of flame in her body and nearly slipped inside the monster until she felt a piece of wood wrap around her stomach. She looked down at the wood with confusion before she was pulled out of the action and onto the floor. As the smoke cleared, Izuku looked up from his defensive stance and stared at All Might. I really am pathetic. All Might said, All Might. Izuku said, I told you the traits to make a great champion, but I see now I wasn't living up to my ideals. All Might said, breaking free from the sludge villain's gasp. All Might quickly grabbed on Bakugo's wrist and continued. Pros are always risking their lives. That's the true test of a hero, he exclaimed, reeling in for a punch. Damn you, All Might, the sludge villain yelled. Detroit, All Might punched the villain in the center of his body and blew the sludge villain up with one punch, leaving Bakugo free from death. Ami watched the scene play out safely on the street and was barely able to keep herself from falling. She was standing with support from the wooden hero next to her. She glanced at him and saw what looked like a glare on his face. She felt a raindrop hit her, causing her to look up. To her surprise, the sky had been covered with clouds and was starting to rain. The punch from All Might had caused it to rain. The crowd stood there shocked at the amazing display of power before erupting into cheers at the number one hero. Ami looked across the street at All Might. This was her first time seeing him in person. She remembered the days her and her brother would play hero together as children. He looked so much cooler in person. She thought to herself, excited but also exhausted. After that, the heroes collected all the scattered mounds of sludge and the villain went into police custody where he belonged. Izuku narrated, All Might was surrounded by paparazzi, while the police made sure everyone was safe. Izuku had woken up after the incident and was immediately scolded by heroes. You moron, do you have a death wish? Kamui said with his arms crossed. There was absolutely no reason for you to put yourself in danger like that. Death Arm scolded. I know, sir. Izuku said, staring down at the pavement. At least we tried, right? Ami cut in, getting their attention. She sat on the pavement, drinking a bottle of water. You're not off the hook either, MS, Kamui Wood said. Jumping onto the villain like that and using your quirk was bordering vigilantism. Death Arms glared. You're lucky I pulled you out in time before that villain caught you. Kamui Wood said. He looked at the girl and thought back to his view. He was caught off guard seeing the flames that prevented him from doing anything suddenly fly forward into her mouth. It was because of that opportunity that he was able to get to her in time. Normally, he'd shy away from heroes with fire quirks, but this was a citizen he was dealing with, not a hero. He crossed his arms and sighed. I cannot condone your actions today, but without your fire quirk, I might not have been able to rescue more citizens. You have my thanks. Kamui Woods nodded, walking off. Izuku and Ami heard his thanks and looked at each other. They smiled at one another with excitement. Then another hero walked up to them. Whoa, it's Backdraft. Izuku said excitedly. Backdraft approached the two and tipped his hat in respect. A fan, huh? He asked, getting an excited nod from Izuku. Yeah, I like lots of heroes, Izuku stated. He turned to look at his sister and noticed her nervousness. But you're one of my sister's favorites, he proudly exclaimed. Is he? Ami whined, feeling embarrassed. I am, huh? It's good to know I inspire people with quirks on the opposite spectrum of mine. Backdraft said, I'd like to know your names, if you would mind, he asked politely. My name is Ami, And this is my brother, Izuku. She answered, your siblings. Backdraft asked, not realizing their similarities. Twins, actually. She corrected, glancing a smile at Izuku. Backdraft looked at the two of them and crouched down. What you and your brother did for that boy wasn't safe. You know. We know. They both said in unison, frowning at the same time. But you have my thanks for getting rid of the fires. It's because of you that I was able to safely maneuver more civilians out of harm's way. You have a very good quirk for helping with fires. If you ever want to become a hero, I'd like you to join my agency. Backdraft said, handing Ami another bottle of water. Ami accepted the bottle of water and chugged it down lightning fast. Using her quirk like that took a toll on her. She'd never used her quirk in an offensive attack before. She realized a long time ago her quirk made her dehydrated. Ami sat there on the pavement feeling stunned. She heard the praise from Backdraft and felt herself start to cry. Tears fell from her face after hearing his praise. Backdraft saw this and felt concerned. Are you all right? I'm sorry. I'm used to people calling my quirk dangerous. She smiled through her tears. Bakugo stared at the ground in silence, thinking things over. Surrounding him were two heroes that were praising his explosive quirk. He ignored everything they said and looked at Ami talking with Backdraft and then at Izuku, who was getting up from the pavement. He narrowed his eyes at the both of them and growled. When the dust had settled, the crowd dispersed and life had returned to normal. Izuku walked home ahead of his sister. She had told Izuku to go on ahead without her, saying that she needed to find her friends. Izuku had reluctantly nodded and did as he was told, walking toward home, alone. Ami wandered around the scene, keeping her eyes peeled for the person she wanted to talk to. She hoped Backdraft was still nearby. Seeing him nowhere, it wasn't until a few minutes later that she finally spotted him. She rushed over to Backdraft, who had just finished giving the okay on the building's safety. Ami could see him walking with firemen toward the fire trucks and called out his name. Backdraft! Wait! Backdraft! Ami shouted, waving at him. She sped after Backdraft and got his attention with her shouting. Ms. Ami? Backdraft questioned, recognizing her. He stopped walking and turned to face her, making the firemen pause. The firemen nearby saw him stop and turned to look at him. They quickly realized what was going on when they saw Ami walk up to Backdraft. They smiled and turned the other way, walking back to the fire trucks. Ami reached Backdraft and panted in exhaustion. I have to ask you something. It's about my brother. I told him to go on ahead of me because I wanted to ask you something. She panted, catching her breath. All right. Backdraft replied, concerned for Ami's health. Ami flashed a smile at his reply, happy that he was willing to talk with her. She took a deep breath and composed herself, looking down at the cement in hesitation. Now that she was here, it was harder to ask than she had thought. Nonetheless, she stood tall and looked at the hero. My brother, Izuku, all his life he's wanted to be a hero. We used to say that when we got our quirks, we'd be the best hero duo ever. We wanted to be like All Might so much. But then I got my quirk, and he didn't. People used to make fun of him for being quirkless, saying a person like him could never be a hero. She frowned, feeling her tears stream down her face. Her emotions had successfully gotten the best of her again. Flashes of memories went through her head at that moment. All the insults and bullying inflicted towards her brother through the years caused her whole body to shiver. I'm his sister, yet even I didn't think it was possible, she said in a low voice, feeling ashamed of herself. Yet even now, he still wants to be a hero, more than anything. Even when not a single person believed in him, he still didn't give up, and after seeing him run to Bakugo, I realized that. So I wanted to know Backdraft, she said, sniffling. She looked up at Backdraft and tried to wipe off her tears with her arm. Is it possible? Can he be a hero even without a quirk? She asked loudly. Backdraft looked at her with his orange eye and stood there silent. Ami looked at the hero's mask and was unable to see what he was thinking. Backdraft thought of everything he just heard from her and gathered it all together. It took a few silent seconds before he knew what to say. There are many things I could say to that. My family has been heroes for generations, And before that, we were firefighters. Backdraft approached the crying Ami and looked down on her. Many people will tell you you can only be a hero if you have a quirk. And for the most part, it's true. But that's only looking at it in one way. As a firefighter, you go into a burning building not just to put out a fire. You go in to save lives and help as many people as you can. It's a dangerous job, but so is being a hero. But even before quirks, that's never stopped him from doing it, has it? Backdraft said, thinking back on his own experiences. Ami stood there listening with her mouth open, blinking over and over. She was surprised to hear what her hero was saying to her. Despite the risk, despite the odds, your brother still went in, did he? Despite his own fears, he risked his life to save another. To me, that makes him a hero. Backdraft said, truthfully. Ami stopped blinking and kept her eyes half shut, feeling another wave of tears fall down her face. Her face turned red as she struggled to hold in her emotions. Anyone could be a hero, Ami, even without a quirk. Backdraft finished, staring down at the shaking teen. Ami heard his words and felt the world around her stop. She sniffled and put a hand on chest, feeling her heart beating rapidly. Backdraft watched her lower her head and felt concern for her well-being, only to see her lift her head up with a massive smile. Ami bowed respectfully at him and composed herself as best as she could. She looked at Backdraft and wiped the tears off her face. He nodded at her and received a nod back. She thanked him before turning around and running off. Backdraft bowed his head in respect and watched her leave with a smile behind his mask. Thanks, Backdraft, for reminding me, All Might said, standing behind Backdraft. Backdraft heard the voice and jumped in surprise. He gasped and quickly turned around to see the smiling hero look at him. All Might, he asked. Backdraft watched All Might move forward and jump high into the air, leaving him to his thoughts. Was he listening this whole time? Backdraft thought. Izuku walked in silence. He was disappointed that he was unable to talk to All Might again after the villain was defeated. He decided then that he'd try and write to him on his website. When he got home, he was walking until he heard a familiar angry voice call out to him. DEKu, Kaken, Izuku said, turning around. He watched Bakugo run up to him and catch his breath before talking. Listen, I would never ask for a weakling like you to help me. Don't think you can look down on me. Huh, got that? I was fine by myself. You and your sister didn't help me. You did nothing. I don't owe you anything. Kaken shouted. He turned back around and angrily walked away. What was that? Kaken is right, though. It's not like I did anything against the sludge villain, but at least I tried. Guess now I should go back to giving up on my dreams. Izuku frowned. Bakugo turned the corner and walked more casually than before. He heard running up ahead and looked up to see who it was. He stopped walking and recognized who it was. In front of him was Ami. She had been running without stopping just to catch up to Izuku and talk to him. She stopped running and started breathing heavily. She wasn't expecting to run into Bakugo. She made eye contact with his glare and tried to think of something to say. She opened her mouth to speak, but Bakugo quickly interrupted her. Shut up, he said. Ami raised her eyes at the response. If you want to thank me, then don't bother. I only pulled your ass away from him so I could bomb him with my quirk. I don't give a damn what you think about me. You here. You mean nothing to me. Bakugo said, walking right past her. Ami stood there on the sidewalk, dumbfounded over what he said. She stared at him silently as he walked past her. While she stared at him, her memories had returned to her. Bakugo had grabbed her arm and threw her to the garbage pile in order to save her. Or at least try to attack the sludge villain. Ami smiled at the revelation and sighed. See you around, Kaken, Ami said blankly. Bakugo heard the goodbye and gritted his teeth in anger as he walked away from her. That was the nicest thing he's ever said to me, Ami thought. Wait, I still got to catch up to Izzy, Ami thought, sprinting around the corner. She reached the street and spotted Izuku standing in the middle of the road. She didn't question why he was standing there and sprinted faster in excitement. There he is, she thought. Hey, Izzy, Ami shouted, waving her hand in the air to get his attention. Izuku heard Ami's voice and turned around, making eye contact with Ami's excited smile. His eyes shrank as he realized Ami was charging after him, completely unaware of the figure standing in front of him. He quickly turned around and raised his hands up high and started panicking. "Wait, don't come any closer," Izuku yelled, freaking out. Ami's smile faltered upon seeing the panic in Izuku's face. She stopped right in front of him and poked her head around his shoulder. She gasped when she saw All Might standing in the middle of the road with Izuku. She saw the serious expression on All Might's face begin to falter, and watched as he quickly covered his mouth to hide his signature smile. "Is that All Might?" she thought, narrowing her eyes in confusion. She saw him stand there with parts of his body literally bursting into smoke before he was enveloped entirely in smoke, followed by a popping sound. Ami was taken aback by the sudden cloud of smoke that enveloped All Might and wondered what that was. However, when the smoke had cleared, Ami's eyes bursted open, nearly flying out of their sockets. Standing in front of her, and Izuku was no longer All Might, but a thin man that resembled a skeleton. Her jaw dropped when she saw the skeleton figure standing where All Might just stood. All Might locked eyes with hers and grimaced, already knowing what was coming. Ami's entire face turned a pale white as she raised her hand and pointed at All Might in shock. Before Izuku or All Might could speak to her, she screamed in panic while a frantic Izuku tried to get her to stop. He only managed to calm her down after a minute of screaming. "Izzy, what happened to All Might? Why does he look like that?" Ami stuttered, looking pale and pointing at All Might with shaky hand. All Might groaned and rubbed the side of his face. He opened his eyes and started speaking. "Hey, keep it down now." Someone could hear. All Might warned, dropping his hand downwards to signal her to turn the volume down. "I was hoping I could stay in my muscle form during all this in case you showed up, but I suppose it can't be helped," he said. All Might looked around and made sure no one else was nearby. He then lifted his shirt up and showed Ami his wound. Ami looked at the wound and felt her eyes shrink. She gasped and covered her mouth in horrified shock. "I got this from a fight 5 years back. This was the best the doctors could do to fix this. Right now, I can't go more than 3 hours a day in my muscle form. That's terrible," she commented, staring at the horrific wound for an uncomfortable amount of time. "I've already told Izuku to keep this quiet, and now I ask that you do too." All Might asked, putting his shirt down. Ami snapped out of her shock and instantly agreed, rapidly nodding her head. "I promise." Ami promised, getting an appreciative smile from All Might. She stared at the smile and remembered what Backdraft said to her. She gasped and turned to look at Izuku. "Izzy, I need to talk to you about something," Ami said, confusing Izuku. "What is it, Ami?" Izuku asked. "It's all right, young lady. I overheard your conversation with Backdraft before I left. I'd like to take it from here, if you don't mind." All Might asked politely. Ami looked at All Might and nodded. All Might smiled at the two of them and started talking. "I came here to thank you, and also to discuss your question from earlier." All Might said, "If you hadn't told me about your life, if you hadn't run into that fight, I would have been a worthless bystander watching from crowd. So thanks," he said, getting Izuku to interrupt. "Oh no, it was my fault he was there to begin with." Izuku apologized. "Wait, what?" Ami interrupted. "I got in the way of his work and wasted his energy, and I almost died." Izuku said, looking the other way. "You almost died?" Ami shouted, grabbing Izuku's shoulders. Both Izuku and All Might shushed her. "Right. Sorry." Ami apologized, letting go of Izuku. "I'm not done. You told me you didn't have a power. So when I saw this timid, quirkless boy try to save a life, it inspired me to act too." All Might explained. "What do you mean?" Izuku asked. "There are stories about every hero, how they became great. Most have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think, almost on their own." All Might said. Izuku heard him and thought of all the things people said to him once more. "For some reason, I remember my mother's words in that moment." Izuku narrated. "I'm sorry, Izuku. I wish things were different." Enko said. Izuku put his hand on his chest and resisted the urge to cry. He bent down and dropped to his knees. Ami saw this and put her hands on his shoulders. "And today that's what I saw from you. Both of you," All Might said, getting an appreciative smile from Ami. Tears were starting to fall down her eyes again as well. Izuku could barely hold back anymore and let the tears exit his eyes. "You never told me, Mom. Back then, the thing I wanted you to say, the words I needed to hear." Izuku narrated. "Young man, you too can become a hero," he said, looking down at Izuku. Izuku looked up at Ami and saw her give him a supporting smile. They hugged each other for the first time in years. She started to cry as well as she attempted to comfort her brother. All Might watched the scene play out for a second. He felt a bit of joy at the affection between the siblings. He made sure to hide it and cleared his throat to get their attention. "I didn't know it then, but what All Might was about to tell Izuku would forever change his life and my very own." Ami narrated. "Izuku Midoriya, I deem you worthy of my power. My quirk is yours to inherit." All Might said, raising his hands. Izuku stopped crying for a moment and looked up at All Might with confusion. Ami also stopped crying and shared a confused look with Izuku. There was an awkward silence between the two as they fully realized what he said. "Huh." Izuku uttered out. "Izuku Midoriya, I deem you worthy of my power. My quirk is yours to inherit." All Might said, raising his hands. Izuku stopped crying for a moment and looked up at All Might with confusion. Ami also stopped crying and shared a confused look with Izuku. There was an awkward silence between the two as they fully realized what he said. "Huh." Izuku uttered out. "Wait, what do you mean inherit? Inherit what?" Izuku asked in confusion. "Did you just say my quirk is yours?" Ami interjected. She stared at the skeleton man and watched him start laughing. "You should see your faces right now. Don't worry, I'm not going to force this thing on you." All Might laughed, touching his forehead. He stared at the confused teens and took a few steps forward. He lifted his arm and pointed at Izuku. "Listen well, young man. This is your choice. Do you want to accept my awesome power or not?" he exclaimed, coughing up more blood. The blood splatter from his cough freaked out the twins even more. "Izzy, what's he talking about?" Ami whispered. Izuku glanced at Ami and shrugged his shoulders, unable to come up with an answer. All Might looked at them and nodded to himself. He anticipated their confusion and prepared himself for his response. "There are a couple things you should know about my abilities," All Might said, raising a finger. "Journalists always guess my quirk is super strength or some kind of invulnerability. When people ask in interviews, I always make a joke and dodge the question, because the world needs to believe that their symbol of peace is just a natural-born hero like any of them. But I'm not. There's nothing natural about my ability. I wasn't born with this power. It's a sacred torch that was passed on to me from someone else." All Might explained, leaving the twins baffled. "Someone gave you this quirk?" "No way." Izuku stuttered. "Yes, way. And you're next. I can give you my abilities." All Might said, repeating his offer. Ami was speechless by All Might's revelation of his quirk. Sensing the image she had of All Might shattering in an instant, she listened to him repeat his offer to Izuku, which caused her to snap out of her baffled state. "What do you mean your quirk was passed on to you?" Ami asked, standing up. "Yeah, wait a minute. This is a lot to process," Izuku stated, nodding in agreement with Ami. He stared down at the pavement and held a hand under his chin in deep thought. "It's true there's a lot of debate as to what your quirk actually is. No one's ever been able to figure it out. It's one of the world's greatest mysteries. People are constantly talking about it online," Izuku said, speaking faster with every word. His speech quickly turned into muttering, going way too fast for All Might to even understand what he was saying anymore. Ami could only keep up so much before losing track of his speech, hearing enough of it to know the basics. She nodded a little and agreed with his speech. She also thought All Might's quirk was super strength, although she never thought much about the specific description of his quirk. Super strength always seemed to be a good enough summarization in her mind. She casted the thought aside and was surprised Izuku was still muttering without needing to take a breather. She glanced at All Might and caught sight of his confusion. All Might noticed her eyes and glanced back at her, raising his eyebrows and shifting them toward Izuku's direction, getting her attention. "This common?" All Might asked, receiving a nod. "More often than not," Ami admitted, thinking of the many times she's heard Izuku mutter to himself. Ami gently grabbed Izuku's shoulder without getting his attention. She then shook it violently until he ceased his muttering and returned to reality. "Huh?" Izuku blurted out, snapping out his muttering. He glanced at Ami and processed what was happening around him, making his face turn slightly red in embarrassment. "Izzy, this isn't the time to nerd out. I think you should let All Might explain this whole inheriting thing himself," Ami asked, pointing at All Might with her thumb. "Oh, right. Sorry." Izuku apologized, nodding in understanding. All Might sighed internally, relieved that the boy's sister shut down his muttering. "Humph. Listen up, young man. You'll have to adjust your reality and accept this new truth. I can transfer my quirk to someone else. And that's just one facet of my secret abilities," All Might said. All Might held out his right hand in front of his chest with his palm facing upwards. He stared at the twins and acknowledged what he was about to say in his mind. "No turning back now. The true name of my power is One for All." All Might revealed. "One for all." Izuku repeated in a quiet whisper. All Might heard his low whisper and nodded. "Yes, one person improves a power, then hands it off to another person. It continues to grow as it's passed along. It is this cultivated power that allows me to save those who are in need of a hero. The truth behind my strength," he revealed. Izuku gulped and took in that new info with a heavy weight on his shoulders. "But why would you choose to give me a gift like that? What if I can't live up to it?" Izuku questioned, unsure by all of this. "I was on a long hunt for a worthy successor, young man. And then I found you, when I watched you jump into action, as the rest of us just stood idly by. You may just be a quirkless fanboy, but you tried to save that kid. You acted like a hero," All Might said, making Izuku's heart tighten emotionally. Izuku cried after hearing All Might praise him, causing Ami to lean back a bit to avoid getting wet. "Seriously, you gotta stop crying so much if you want my power. Seriously, kid," All Might said, wondering how one kid could have so much tears. Izuku stopped crying and looked up at All Might. He didn't say a word as he stared into him. He said so much to encourage me. He even told me the secret behind his powers. Is this what I've been waiting for all these years? How could I turn him down? Izuku thought, "Okay, I'll do it." "Yes." Izuku agreed. No reluctance. "That's exactly how I figured you'd respond." All Might smiled. Ami watched Izuku's excitement with an amused smile. A part of her wondered how the whole passing on thing worked, but she didn't give any thought. She kept her eyes on Izuku and smiled as the realization of what Izuku agreed to set in. After years of being quirkless, Izuku was getting a quirk. But not just any quirk, All Might's quirk. She could only wonder how he was going to get it, but it wasn't that simple. Receiving All Might's power wasn't going to be a simple walk in the park for Izuku, as he'd soon find out. Ami narrated. Dagoba Municipal Beach, 2 days later, early morning. Izuku pulled with the rope as hard as he could. He grunted, groaned, and sweated buckets through his clothes as he pulled the fridge across the sand. The weight of the fridge was unbearable to Izuku's poor physique. The effort wasn't made any easier, however, thanks to the giant of a man that sat on top of it. Ami was off to the side, giving her brother words of encouragement. At the moment, she was too busy yawning and falling asleep on the soft sand. Izuku dropped the rope and plopped down onto the ground in exhaustion. Hey. It's pretty comfy on this fridge. How are you doing down there? People move these every day, you know? And most of them don't have any super strength. All Might said, watching Izuku struggle in the sand. Well, yeah, but there's an extra 600 pounds with you sitting on top of it. Izuku complained, weakly looking up at All Might. Nah, I've lost weight, so I'm down to 560 these days. In this form, at least. All Might smiled, brushing aside the complaint. Great. Much better. Izuku said, tiringly. All Might had brought a bunch of men's health magazines with him to the beach. The magazines were there with the purpose of providing pictures of various poses and workouts. Ami's eyes went wide at the collection of magazines and took a peek at the front cover. If her eyes were detachable, they would have most certainly fallen to the sand once she took a look at the cover art. Wah! Holy crap, Ami whispered, staring at the gigantic, muscular man on the front cover. She quickly grabbed hold of the magazine and flipped through the pages in curiosity. As she skimmed through its contents, the sight of it all had given her quite the shock. The workouts, most of all, made her question how All Might expected Izuku to do this. "You want Izzy to do all this, Mr. All Might?" Ami asked, looking at the intense workout described in the magazine. She hid her red face behind the magazine. She did her best to hide the fact she was ogling at the muscular men on the magazine. "All in good time, young lady." All Might responded, giving her a thumbs up. "Why do you have me dragging trash across the beach anyway?" Izuku asked, tired. Take a look at yourself. You're not ready for my power." All Might smiled, taking pictures of Izuku with his phone. "Wah, but I thought you said I was worthy." Izuku panicked, crying on the sand. "I'm talking about your weak body. My quirk, one for all, is a whole lot to handle. The combined physical abilities of everyone who's ever used it creates a hurricane of pure force. An unprepared body can't fully inherit it. Your arms and legs would shoot off if you tried to." All Might said. Seriously. Izuku and Ami said at the same time. "That's why we're starting small first." All Might said, waving his hands down. "This is small." Ami thought. "Okay, so this old trash thing is some kind of hardcore gym workout, and you're my trainer." Izuku assumed, getting up. "You got it, but there's another reason, too." All Might replied, with a thumbs up. "I did a little online research yesterday. Turns out this part of the beach used to be beautiful, but it's been a total mess for the last few years." All Might explained, tapping the fridge with his knuckles. "That's right, because of the ocean currents. Anything that's dropped in the water ends up here. People take advantage of that when they're illegally dumping their trash. Now, all the locals avoid this place." Izuku said, looking at the huge mounds of trash. He looked at All Might and watched as he stepped behind the fridge, getting the twins' curiosity. Heroes these days are all about showing off and capturing flashy villains. Things were different before quirks. Service is what mattered. Back then, heroes were those who would help their community, even if it was kind of boring. All Might said, flattening the fridge with just his right hand. Izuku watched his strength in awe. Ami's jaw dropped watching the fridge get flattened to a pancake. She gulped at the display of power. "I'm really happy that All Might's a good guy," she thought to herself. "You will restore the coastline for the entire section of the beach. That is the first step on your path, young man, towards being a hero," All Might proclaimed. Izuku looked at the trash piles and felt more unsure than ever. All this?" Izuku asked, feeling nervous. "But there's so much. That's impossible," Izuku exclaimed, cracking his voice for a second. His voice bounced off the trash and echoed around the area. Ami nodded her head in agreement. Even if this was all to make him worthy of inheriting All Might's quirk, Ami did not believe Izuku was capable of cleaning an entire beach in just a few months, all while training for UA. She glanced at all the trash piled on top of each other and gulped. This was a job for a team of professionals, not a scrawny green kid. All Might heard Izuku's claim and shook his head in disagreement. "Young Midoriya, you want to go to UA, right?" All Might asked, interrupting his uneasy feelings. He looked at All Might and fumbled a bit before speaking up. "Well, yeah, of course. You went there, so it must be the best school around, right?" He explained, feeling a smile form on the side of his lips. "It's a long shot, but still, I'm going to shoot for the moon." "UA," Izuku said, putting his hand on his chest with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Ami smiled at his words. She always liked the positive mindset her brother had, even if it got him in trouble. She never realized how much drive Izuku had. Izuku's willpower reminded her of a much angrier person aiming for UA. It was like two sides of the same coin. All Might was equally amused with Izuku's drive and smiled, ready to test him. You got a lot of spirit. Fanboy, but, as I mentioned before, Hero ING isn't easy to do without a quirk. It's not fair, but that's the reality. And UA is the hardest hero course to get into. So that means, he explained. Izuku narrowed his eyes and finished All Might's sentence, that I have to prepare my body for your quirk really fast. Izuku said, counting the date in his head, UA's exam is in 10 months. Izuku said, slightly worried about the deadline. Not to worry, kid. I've got you covered. With the help of my handy aim-to-pass American Dream Plan. All Might smiled. What? Ami muttered, watching as All Might pulled out a sheet of paper from seemingly nowhere. Follow this to the letter and the beach will be cleaned up just in time. I also detailed every other aspect of your life while I was at it. All Might instructed, handing Izuku a concerningly large amount of paper. Izuku's eyes widened with concern as he stared at the sheet of paper. Even my sleep is scheduled, Izuku stated, reading through the plan with bewilderment. When did he get the time to do this? He questioned, keeping his thoughts to himself. If I'm being honest, this is going to be super hard. Are you up to it? All Might asked, already expecting an answer. Yeah, sure I am. I have to work way harder than anyone else to get in. So what choice do I have, right? Izuku said, scrolling through the pages. He was amazed by how detailed and precise everything was in the paper. Once he reached the end of his, he unknowingly started flipping through a different sheet of paper. Izuku looked at the diet and exercise plan and raised his eyes in confusion. It was similar, yet different from the plan that he read, causing him to look up at All Might. He pulled apart the sheets of paper and held a sheet on each hand. But what is this one for, All Might? Izuku asked, holding the second sheet of paper with his other hand. All Might inspected the sheet of paper in Izuku's hand and nodded in confirmation. Oh, that one? That's for your sister. All Might answered, solemnly. Why, huh? What? Ami asked, dropping the magazine she was adamantly admiring. She pointed at herself as if she wasn't Izuku's sister. She dropped her new favorite magazine and walked over towards Izuku with an unsure expression. She wasn't expecting to be given the same plan as Izuku. Izuku watched her approach and reached his hand out with her sheet of paper in his grip. Ami looked at the sheet of paper and cautiously took the sheet of paper off of Izuku's hand. She looked down at the sheet of paper and read its title, MTO Pass American Dream Plan. She looked at the sheet of paper with a slight concern for her health. She cautiously opened the paper and read through her schedule, phases, meal plan, set plan, and lastly her sleep schedule. The whole plan was tailored to her and her needs, causing her to get wide-eyed at its contents. This American Dream Plan was clearly written with nothing but good intentions. I understand you want to go to UA as well, right, young Ami? All Might asked, turning towards a young woman. Ami glanced at Izuku for a split second before coughing up a reply, clearing her throat. Yeah, of course I want to go. It's been my dream to become a hero since me and Izuku were kids, she said, thinking back to her past wishes. Izuku heard his sister's reply and smiled. Ami continued to flip through her plan until she reached a new section at the back. She stopped to read its title and raised an eye at the page. Hey, wait, court training? But I never told you my queer dash. Young Midoriya, fill me in about your quirk over phone. He told me everything I needed to know about your quirk. All Might explained. Everything? Ami stuttered, hesitantly. She felt embarrassed that Izuku told All Might everything about her quirk. That was mostly private information, and it's not like she went out of her way to explain it to anyone. She sighed and accepted it. Only Izuku could know so much about her quirk while knowing so little. I managed to type this one up all night, thinking of how we can improve your quirk until it's in tip-top shape for the UA exam. All Might said, congratulating himself. You have an interesting fire quirk, young Ami. It reminds me of another hero that I know. All Might said. Ami thought of who he could be referring to and realized it was Endeavor. She never put much thought into the similarities of her quirk and endeavors. She wasn't much of an Endeavor fan, anyway, even though he is a number 2 hero. She read the title of her page with quirk training and read a description of her own quirk. The experience of reading about her own quirk was surprising to say the least. Ami read through it and glanced at Izuku. She knew he was observant, but this was way more detailed than she was expecting. It practically seemed like Izuku knew more about her quirk than herself. She read off the short summary of her quirk at the top of the page. Ami Midoriya. Quirk. Flame catcher. She can breath fire through her mouth and collect any kind of fire in her environment, even the fires caused by other quirks. Ami read the description in her mind. Short. Sweet. It was basically the shortest summary of her quirk ever. You inherited quite the combination quirk from your parents. Wouldn't you agree? All Might asked, getting her attention. Ami glanced at his face and saw his endearing smile, nodding slowly in response. Yeah, I guess. Ami replied, frowning ever so slightly. All Might noticed a frown on her face as soon as it appeared. He focused on her facial expressions and watched as she resumed reading the sheet of paper in an attempt to hide her frown. He let his smile falter a bit as he stared at her, sensing the frown's implication. There was a clear nervousness in her eyes. All Might felt sympathy for her and quietly flared his nostrils, inching closer and placing a hand on her shoulder. Ami felt a large hand on her shoulder and raised her head up, glancing back at All Might. She looked at the expression on his face and saw there was more comfort in his smile than before, making her feel safe. Young Midoriya, told me you've been practicing collecting flames with your quirk since you were young with that lighter you carry around. But also, you've had almost no experience with the fire breathing side of your quirk until you use it on the sludge villain, correct? All Might asked, getting a reluctant nod from Ami. Yeah, she admitted hesitantly. All Might heard the hesitation in her voice and frowned in sympathy. He sighed and crouched down, sitting on one knee. Ami turned and faced All Might, staring directly at him with equal height. Even with one knee on the floor, All Might's height reached her own. Ami stared at the solemn smile on his face and the look in his eyes that showed his sympathy for her, making her emotions well up. All Might cleared his throat and spoke with a low voice, making sure Izuku was unable to hear what he was saying. Izuku didn't tell me how you manifested your quirk. I assume it's personal for you. He whispered. Ami heard the question and frowned, immediately recalling the memory in her head. Yes, it is. She answered, looking down at the ground in shame. All Might looked at her shameful expression and shook his head. I won't pry, but I want you to know it's okay. All Might said, patting her shoulder with his big hand as comfortably as possible. Ami felt All Might's hand pat her shoulder and smiled weakly at his restraint. He was trying his best to make her feel better, and she knew it. The buildup of emotion she felt go through her at that moment broke her barrier, letting tears escape her eyes. Thank you, All Might, she said, crying softly at his comforting words. Comforting words usually didn't make her feel better, but the fact it was coming from a #1 hero had deeply affected her emotions. She found it difficult to control her tears. She looked at the sheet of paper once more and wiped her tears away with her arm. She smiled at All Might and nodded, acting brave despite her crying. I'll do my best, All Might, Ami promised, feeling reinvigorated. That's the spirit, young lady, he exclaimed, laughing. He then coughed up blood and turned back into a skeleton. Ah! Izuku and Ami screamed. Just like that, we began 10 months of absolute hell. Izuku narrated. All Might and Ami watched Izuku drag more heavy objects across the sand with only his hands. Ami cheered him on as he struggled to pull the heavy lockers through the sand. The adrenaline in his body and the encouragement of his sister pushed him to go beyond. He wasn't used to hearing any kind of encouragement from his sister, and he could tell she wasn't used to encouraging him either. He pushed aside unpleasant memories and focused on dragging the locker, feeling the little muscles he had begun to bulge. Come on, put your back into it, Midoriya. It's not going to move itself. All Might exclaimed, dressed up like a gym coach. If he was going to train someone, he might as well look the part. You can do it, Izzy. Keep going. Ami cheered, jumping up in the air. I'm using different muscle groups depending on the size and shape of the trash I'm hauling. Izuku narrated. He ran across the beach with a gigantic tire as fast as he could. All Might stood on a throne of trash, watching Izuku run. Ami had her fists in the air, shouting out words of encouragement. Let's go. Let's go. The clock is ticking. In 10 months will be over before you know it. Don't you give up. It's time to go beyond. All Might shouted. Izuku stumbled a bit while carrying the huge tire and quickly recovered. He continued running across the beach with All Might and Ami watching him go far with awe. He glanced at Ami and turned. Hey, listen up. All Might said. Ami stopped her shouts and looked at All Might. What is it, All Might? She asked. When we're not here, I need you to keep an eye on Izuku for me. Make sure he doesn't overdo it. His American dream plan was created with his body in mind. It was fine-tuned to ensure his progress is swift, manageable. He can't go overboard. It's going to have the opposite effect of what we want. All Might explained. He's always gone overboard with things in the past, especially with stuff like this. But I'll do it. I'll make sure he doesn't overwork himself. Ami said, nodding. All Might looked at her and smiled. Oh, and after this, you're next. All Might said. Ami's eyes widened and gulped. She hoped she was ready. Back straight, Ami. Nice and slow now. All Might instructed. Ami struggled to keep her form good as she did push-ups. She was admittedly not good at PE for most of her life. She felt the sweat drip down her forehead and how damp her hair was. She had tied her hair into a ponytail, so it wouldn't get in the way too much. After that, she growled through her teeth as she struggled to lift the huge weights with both her arms. All Might was there to grab onto the weight in case she couldn't bring it up, but to his surprise, she never dropped the weights. Izuku had returned the favor and gave her words of encouragement. By the time Ami was done, she was practically dead inside. Back at home, both Izuku and Ami had to convince their mother to cook the meals described in their American dream plans and did so successfully. Inko watched both her babies scarf down the food she put on their sides of the table with slight worry. She wasn't expecting they'd be so into this. She was especially surprised one day when she spotted Izuku and Ami in Izuku's room. She peeked inside and watched the two of them work out together. Ami had her eyes closed as she struggled lifting herself off the ground for sit-ups. Izuku held onto her legs and made sure she wasn't cheating. Izuku and Ami were giving each other words of encouragement as they switched turns. Inko watched the two of them for a few minutes and felt herself get teary-eyed. She hadn't seen them do anything together in the house for years. Flashes of the two of them running around the house playing with their All Might action figures with glee entered her mind. She smiled at the two of them and wandered off. A few more months passed with the training getting more and more intense. Both Izuku and Ami had noticeably improved, but still needed more time to train. At the moment, it was Ami's turn for her quirk training. The trash pile on the beach was getting smaller, but it was still noticeably big to still call the beach ugly. Ami finished tying her hair into a ponytail and did arm stretches. In the distance, she stared off at a huge wooden log that All Might had borrowed. She stared at the log and estimated how far it was in her head. That's got to at least be 30 feet away. Ami guessed, estimating the distance. Now that we've worked on your fire breath from close range, it's time we focused on your distance. All Might said, but All Might, Ami can't use her flamethrower that far. Izuku said. Ami nodded in agreement at Izuku's words. Flamethrower is what they had come up with instead of saying plain, old fire breathing. It made the move sound cooler in her head. When you jumped onto the sludge villain, I saw how you inhaled all the fire that young man made with his explosions and used it to your advantage. You managed to clear the whole street of flames with just your breathing alone. And you were able to add that flame into your body to boost your own power as well. So, depending on the amount of fire around, the range of your flamethrower increases. All Might said, pulling out Ami's lighter. Ami saw her lighter in All Might's hand and raised an eye. He flicked the lighter and looked at the small flame emitting from the top. It's a useful little thing, isn't it? Custom made, I see. The flame stays on until you flick the top again. All Might said, flicking the lighter. The flame on the lighter disappeared after flick. Absorbed the flame from the lighter. Okay, Ami said. She tensed her body and ignited the flames in her body. She felt the flames she produced herself enter her mouth. A small bit of smoke leaked out her mouth as she grinned. She stared at the lighter and prepared herself. Ready? Yup, Ami replied. All Might flicked the lighter again and watched the small flame appear at the top. She stared into the tiny flame and breathed through her nose. She then took a breath and inhaled. The flame on the lighter immediately flew over to Ami's mouth. The constant flame emitting from the lighter created a string of light that flew towards Ami's mouth. It looked like the string and bait of a fishing pole. She closed her mouth and felt the intensity of the flame increase. The training with All Might had made her better handle the negative effects of her flame. The fact her body was also in shape factored into it as well. She stared at the wooden log and clenched her fists. She was ready. Without hesitation, she blew her flamethrower towards a wooden log and watched the flames travel far. Within seconds, the flamethrower reached a tree and blasted it with flames. Once she expelled as much flame as she could without getting too dry, she deactivated her quirk. All Might looked at her and felt a small sense of pride. Maybe being a teacher wasn't so bad after all. All right, go, Ami. Izuku cheered, happy for his sister. Ami looked at All Might with a smile. Now what? She asked curiously. Now you breathe it back in, then back out. Your body is used to inhaling the flame and extinguishing it in one go. Now you need to train yourself to not only keep the flame going, but also allow for even bigger flames down the road. All Might explained, taking on a more serious expression. This is the next step in your quirk training, he stated, causing Ami to nod in understanding. She tensed up her body and, Okay, let's do this. I can do this, Ami said, hyping herself up. She looked at the burning log and inhaled. The flames on the log quickly flew off the log and entered her mouth. She felt the flames enter her mouth, and instead of swallowing the flame, she exhaled and blew it back onto the log. She was surprised how much that took out of her. Nevertheless, she continued inhaling and exhaling the flame until there was nothing left to inhale. Ami was panting heavily and fell on her knees in exhaustion. Izuku quickly rushed to her aid and held on to her shoulder. Ami, are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine. Thirsty is all, Ami said between breaths. She looked up and saw All Might with a water bottle in his hand. He approached her in skeleton form, which is still slightly creeper out, but not as much as before. He held the water bottle out for her to grab and smiled. You did good, kid. Both of you did good. All Might nodded, looking at his two students with satisfaction. That's all for today. We'll continue tomorrow. All Might said. Izuku and Ami sided that. All Might could tell they want to keep going, but he knew they couldn't overdo it. For the rest of the last few months, Izuku and Ami trained alongside each other. Ami made sure Izuku wasn't muttering to himself in class. She also made sure spending time with her own friends wouldn't get in the way of her training. She adamantly refused any offers of cheap meals that would go against her training. As the school year was coming to a close, many of the students took notice of both Izuku and Ami's changes. It wasn't hard to notice how much muscle the previously scrawny plain kid got. As for Ami, many of the boys in her class took notice of her attractive physique, much to her dismay. Even Izuku would sometimes hear his classmate opinions on his sister, which had made him deeply uncomfortable. Ami had also heard the same thing coming from the girls in her class, which had annoyed her more than Bakugo. Bakugo had also noticed both Izuku and Ami's changes and glared at them with anger. He knew they both wanted to go to UA and could see they were preparing just like him. February 26th, and suddenly it was the morning of the exam. All Might walked out his truck with heavy, baggy clothes. He stared at the ground as he walked up the beach, unaware of the changes. Izuku's voice cracked as he cried out into the sky. All Might looked up and grew wide-eyed. He saw the huge pile of trash on the boardwalk and looked at its peak to see both Izuku and Ami covered in sweat. Izuku was shirtless despite the cold air. Ami was wearing a short-sleeved shirt with a pink cat on the front. How was that? Izuku asked, twisting his head towards Ami. Not bad, Ami replied. She stomped on the trash. She stood on and belted out a loud war cry. Ami roared, a small bit of flame exiting her mouth. All Might looked at the fire that came out of her mouth and was impressed. Thanks to their training, Ami's natural fire could reach 12 feet, and that was without outside help like her lighter. Izuku joined his sister and screamed as loud as he could into the sky. The two of them hadn't even noticed, All Might watching the screaming match with amusement. He looked at the beach and took in the sights, feeling a gas escape his mouth. Hey, holy crap, kids. You even cleaned up outside the area I told you to. There's not one speck of trash left on this beach. All Might said with complete shock. Holy stinking supercrap. All Might exclaimed, turning into his muscle form. All Might watch the twins get down from the massive pile and look at him with gleeful excitement on their faces, making him feel prouder than ever. Excellent work, you two. All Might congratulated them. We finished everything. All Might, we did it. Do you think I'm ready now? Izuku asked. Yeah, you did good, kid. I knew you had it in you, but this is beyond. All Might smirked, stopping himself. He pulled his phone out and showed Izuku a picture of himself crying on the sand. Look at this. All Might said, It's you crying. 10 months ago. He explained with a smirk. Izuku said, looking at the photo in confusion. Look how far you've come. Such improvement. All Might approved, looking at how incredibly jacked Izuku had gotten. Ami looked at the photo of Izuku from 10 months ago and couldn't believe how much had changed. There's still a long road ahead of you before you can inherit my full power set, but it's starting to look like you can do it. All Might admitted, giving an encouraging smile at the twins. He directed his attention to Ami and switched the picture on his phone to an image of her. As for you, young Ami, look at this. All Might said, showing her a picture of her breathing fire 3 feet long. Whoa, she commented in a low but equally astonished voice. Look how far you've come as well. All Might praised. Ami stared at herself and squinted her eyes in confusion, wondering when he took that photo. Either way, she did as told and stared at her old self. The most surprising thing about the old her was how tiny she appeared. She never realized how small her and Izuku were. She admired herself and felt a surge of pride enter her. The times had certainly changed in their favor. Before, your flamethrower could only go 3 feet, but now you've improved that by ×4. He exclaimed, raising a thumbs up. I'm so proud of you two. All Might exclaimed, pulling his phone away. Izuku smiled at the praise All Might had given them and started to cry. Ami noticed his tears and stood close to him, smiling warmly and making him feel better. He clenched his hand and sniffled. All Might, do I deserve this? Are you sure? You put so much time and energy into helping us. How did we end up so lucky? He questioned, unable to comprehend the moment. All Might grinned at Izuku and nodded. It was your hard work that did this, Midoriya. All Might stated, making Izuku feel much better. He was right. After all, he wouldn't be this buff now if he had gone lazy. Now for your reward, Izuku Midoriya. Yes, sir, Izuku said. All Might then plucked a piece of his hair out of his head, without even flinching, and smiled. Someone told me this once. There's a difference between being lucky and deserving. One's an accident, the other a reward. Never get the two confused. Take that to heart, young man. This gift, you earned it with your own valiant efforts. All Might said, bestowing onto Izuku a gift unlike any other. And so, I held out my weak, quirkless hands and grabbed the future. Izuku narrated, grabbing hold of All Might's gift. He stared at the gift in his hands and froze, going wide-eyed. Eat this, All Might ordered, smiling innocently. Izuku stared at the piece of hair and attempted to process his order. Huh. Izuku replied, confused. Ami looked at the piece of hair on Izuku's hands and raised her eyebrow in confusion. She looked at All Might and saw the smile beaming from his face and knew where this was going. She scrunched her nose up in silent disgust and preemptively prepared herself from gagging. All Might stared at the twins' confused expressions and felt his smile falter. To inherit my power, you have to swallow some of my DNA. That's how it works. All Might explained, causing Izuku to grow nervous. This isn't exactly how I imagined it, he admitted, looking at the hair in his hands. Ami held her breath and patted Izuku's shoulder, giving him a supportive nod. Come on, Izzy, eat it already. We're going to miss the exam. Ami encouraged, shaking him a bit. All Might agreed and smiled, forcing Izuku's hands up to his mouth. Exactly, now eat, eat, eat. All Might shouted. Izuku screamed out as he was forced to eat All Might's hair. 8:40 a.m. The same day, UA High School entrance exam location. Izuku and Ami rushed past the entrance to the high school, ignoring many of the students that were walking to the door. They stopped halfway and quickly caught their breaths. Woo! We made it, Ami said, quickly recovering. Training with All Might definitely made her less exhausted after running. Made it just in time. Izuku thought, catching his breath. Ami stared at the front entrance and smiled. She took in the sights and felt a rush of excitement go through her. UA High, she said, staring at the sign. She glanced at Izuku and started to get curious about the quirk. Hey, feel any different yet? Ami asked, tugging Izuku's elbow. Izuku glanced back at her and made eye contact with her. He shook his head and covered his mouth, hiding his grumbling frown. Ami noticed the expression on his face before he covered his mouth and let her smile falter a bit. There was an unamused look in his eyes that let Ami know he wasn't satisfied. I may have swallowed the hair, but I don't feel like anything great has happened to me yet. Izuku responded. Ami tilted her head a little and nodded slightly in understanding. She was about to attempt to cheer him up, but before she could react, a familiar voice appeared behind them with a snarl. Stupid, DEKu, the voice said with annoyance. Izuku flinched a bit and turned around, staring at an approaching Bakugo with surprise. Kakin, Izuku responded. Bakugo glared at him and then glared at the girl next to him. He flared his nostrils in disappointment at the fact that both of them were here. He kept his walking speed and didn't slow down, glaring at DEKu. Get out of my way before I set you on fire, he threatened. Continuing to glare at him, Ami heard Bakugo's threat and got mad, flaring her nostrils. She gave him a glare and scoffed. You can try, Ami said, crossing her arms and glaring at him. Bakugo ignored her and made no attempt to reply. Instead, he kept up his annoyed attitude and continued glaring at DEKu as he approached. Izuku watched Bakugo's approach and gulped, getting scared by his intimidating presence. Oh, hey, good morning. Let's just do our best out there, okay? Good luck, Izuku said, waving his arms in a panic. Bakugo walked around them and continued his way to the entrance, surprising them both. Ami and Izuku stopped what they were doing and turned their heads back, watching as Bakugo walked toward the entrance with a confused look. Oh, guess I was just scared out of habit, Izuku said, dropping his hands. He took a deep breath and sighed in relief. Did he ignore me? Ami asked with her eyebrow raised, feeling strangely offended. You know, ever since that day, Kakin has been taking it easy on us, Izuku pointed out. Ami heard Izuku's theory and couldn't help but agree. Between now and the sludge villain, the incidents between them and Bakugo had decreased by a lot. She nodded in agreement and had her own theory as to why. Maybe ignoring us is his way of thanking us, Ami guessed. She watched Bakugo enter the building and shrugged. She often had trouble figuring out Kakin. She shook her head and relaxed her shoulders. Let's go inside and check the place out before the exam starts, Ami said, walking ahead of Izuku only a little. Right, Izuku replied. I have to remember all the work I put in. Thanks to All Might, I'm actually going to be a hero. Izuku smiled, building back his confidence. He took a quick breath and took a step forward, immediately tripping on himself. Or I'll just die, he said, not even trying to save himself. Izuku stared at the impending floor and braced for impact. However, before his face could make contact with the floor, he felt a hand pull on his backpack. Izuku's body tensed up in response to the sudden grab and widened his eyes. Whoever was holding on to him had to have a pretty strong grip to keep him suspended in midair. However, he couldn't help but notice a feeling of weightlessness that he couldn't explain. He stared at the ground. He was seconds away from touching and froze in confusion. "Hey, are you okay?" a girl's voice asked. Izuku felt the grip on his backpack let go of him, sending him into a frenzy of flailing arms and panic cries. Ami heard Izuku's cries and froze, letting her smile fall. She quickly turned around with concern for his safety, however. The situation Izuku was in was far from what she expected. Her concern dropped immediately and was replaced with bewilderment. Izuku was waving his arms and panicking while suspended in the air, like he was floating. Even stranger, there was a brown-haired girl standing next to him. She watched the girl grab onto her brother and promptly return him to ground with a smile on her face. Izuku's eyes were wide and his pupils were shrunk, frozen in complete shock at the girl in front of him. Ami watched the girl smile and clasped her hands together in an apology. She quickly listened into the conversation. "I stopped you with my quirk. I'm sorry I didn't ask first, but I figured you wouldn't mind me catching you," the girl said, with eyes closed and an innocent smile on her lips. Ami looked at her brother's confused face and noticed the red he had on his cheeks, causing her to raise an eyebrow at him in amusement. She gripped her backpack strap and started to smirk, holding in her giggling. "Isn't this all like way nerve-wracking?" the girl cheerfully asked. "Oh, a dash." Izuku fumbled, trying to get a word out. "Well, guess I'll see you inside. Bye," the girl said, walking off. The girl passed by Ami without noticing the smirk on her face. Ami held her breath in order to not make a noise that would alert her of her presence. She watched as the girl Izuku had met with entered the building and disappeared, finally exhaling with an amused smirk. Izuku watched her leave with a blush still visible on his face. The situation he was in took a while to process, but when it did, it gave him a rush of excitement. "Holy woe, I just talked to a girl," Izuku thought to himself, feeling accomplished already. Ami stared at her brother's face and smirked harder, covering her mouth with her hand, and tried her hardest not to giggle uncontrollably. "Really, is he? The first girl you meet?" Ami thought, snickering at him. Izuku smiled happily as can be and walked forward, reuniting with Ami at the front entrance. Exam orientation. After her brother's close encounters with the female kind, Ami and Izuku sat in the middle row of the orientation room. Students were pouring in at the same time as them, filling up the room quickly with students from different schools. They took their seats quietly and waited for the presentation. Ami and Izuku had found seats next to each other and waited with excitement. While seated, another student took a seat on the empty chair to Izuku's right. Izuku glanced at the person sitting next to him and quickly recognized who it was. Izuku's eyes went wide when he saw Bakugo was sitting in the seat next to him. Ami was also wide-eyed at the sight of Bakugo. They were mostly surprised to see him sitting next to them. Before they could say anything to him, the lights had turned on. "What's up, UA candidates? Thanks for tuning in to me, your school DJ. Come on, let me hear you," he shouted, putting his hand up to his ear. His ear was greeted by the sound of silence, which caused him to shiver. "Keeping it mellow, huh? That's fine. I'll skip to the main show. Let's talk about how those practical exams are going to go down. Are you ready?" the DJ shouted. "Oh my goodness, it's the voice hero, Pres Mike. So cool. I listen to his radio show every day of the week. It's so crazy nuts that all the UA teachers are pro heroes." Izuku geeked out. Ami nodded happily with equal excitement. "Will you shut up?" Bakugo whispered in annoyance, glaring at DEKu. He stared back at the hero talking below. "Like your application said. Today, you rockin' boys and girls will be out there conducting 10-minute mock battles in super urban settings. After I drop the mic, here you'll head to your specified battle center. Sound good?" "Okay," President Mike shouted. "I see. They're splitting us up so we can't work with any of our friends," Bakugo said, looking at his exam ticket. Izuku looked at his exam ticket at the same time as Ami. Both of them stared at their ticket with scrutiny, reading every detail in their head. Ami nodded in understanding of the ticket and finished reading. Being curious, she looked at Izuku's ticket and noticed they were separated. She then got a peek at Bakugo's ticket, and then back at hers, and sighed in relief. Well, at least I'm not with Bakugo, Ami said out loud, looking at her ticket. The not-so-quiet comment quickly captured Bakugo's attention. You trying to start something, habanero? Bakugo whispered angrily. Izuku glanced at Ami and looked at her ticket. What? Where are you? Battle Center C? Izuku said, reading Ami's ticket. Bakugo overheard DEKu's voice and groaned in frustration. Earlier hopes he had before coming today were quickly dashed by their placements. Damn it, I was hoping I'd crush at least one of them, he thought, staring at his ticket. Okay, let's check out your target. There are 3 robots in the battle center. You'll earn points based on their level of difficulty, so better choose wisely. Your goal in this trial is to use your quirk to raise your score by shredding these villains like a mid-sung guitar solo. But check it. Make sure you're keeping things heroic. Attacking other examinees is a UA no, you dig? President Mike said, Excuse me, sir, but I have a question. A man called out, raising his hand. Hit me? President Mike said in approval. On the printout, you've listed 4 types of villains, not 3. With all respect, if this is an error on official UA materials, it is shameful. We are exemplary students. We expect the best from Japan's most notable school. A mistake such as this won't do. The man said, Oh, bother, Ami muttered, holding her head up with her hand. What did it matter if the materials got one thing wrong? It's just one less villain to deal with, Ami thought. Additionally, you, with the unkempt hair. The man turned, pointing to Izuku. Izuku asked, realizing he was looking at him. You've been muttering this entire time. Stop that. If you can't bother to take this seriously, leave. You're distracting the rest of us. The man demanded. Ami looked at the man with scorn and stood out of her seat. She wasn't going to let some rich kid embarrass her brother like that in front of everyone. Hey, why don't you take a chill pill and relax, Richie? Ami said, tapping into her anger. Truthfully, she had no idea where that came from. Maybe there was unforeseen stress bottling up in her to cause her to act out. Sit the hell down, habanero. Bakugo whispered angrily. The man with the glasses intensified his serious glare at the girl and was ready to retort, but President Mike stole the mic. Now, kids. To answer your question, the 4th villain type is worth 0 points. That guy's just an obstacle we'll be throwing in your way. There's one in every battle center. Think of it as a hurdle you should try to avoid. It's not that it can't be beaten, but there's kind of no point. I recommend my listeners try to ignore and focus on the ones top of the charts. President Mike clarified, getting a satisfied nod from the serious student. I see. Thank you very much. Please continue. The man bowed in respect, sitting back down in silence. Ami listened to his apology to the teacher and narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms with a harumph. That's all I got for you today. I'll sign off with a little present, a sample of our school motto. As General Napoleon Bonaparte once laid down, a true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. MHM, now that's a tasty soundbite. You ready to go beyond? Let's hear a plus ultra. Good luck. Hope you practice hitting more than just books. President Mike finished. Students quickly started standing up and leaving. Ami looked at her exam ticket and took a deep breath. Her future was just a test away. She tensed up her body in preparation for what was to come next. Battle Center C. Ami stared at the front gate with wide eyes. The entrance to the battle center was absolutely huge. Ami had to crank her neck up just to see the top. She stared at the top of the gate and gulped, letting her mind drift. This is Battle Center C? How big are the other battle centers? She questioned internally, hearing the whispers of the applicants around her. A crowd had gathered around Ami, raising her nerves a bit from the amount. Ami clenched her fists and put on a serious face. She looked around the other teens with her and made note of their expressions. They were all just as ready as her, but some of them had equally nervous expressions on their face. She saw a girl with hair like vines praying and heard her muttering to herself. Ami stared at her with worry. Maybe I should pray. Ami thought, nervously, to her right. She twisted her head and saw a boy turn into metal. The boy pounded his fist with excitement, letting the muscles on his metallic body bulge out widely. Ami stared at the metallic muscle man and felt her eye twitch a little. Beside her was a student with hair that was green like hers. She watched as the girl crouched down onto the floor and ribbit like a frog. Ami tilted her head at the surprising sound and stared somewhere else to avoid detection. She looked far off in the crowds and caught a glance of another teen. The teen had created some distance between himself and the rest of the applicants, confusing Ami. He was hard to see between the applicants, but she was able to see ice covering the entire left half of his body. He looked rather intimidating with his cold stare and the glowing red eye on his left side. Ami made a mental note not to get in his way. "Right, let's start," President Mike said, getting everyone's attention. Ami's concentration broke at the sound of President Mick's voice. The door to the battle center opened up in front of the examinees, surprising them. They all turned their heads and stared at the large speaker by the door and waited for President Mick's okay to start. "Get moving. There are no countdowns in real battles. Run, 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 listeners. You're wasting airtime here," President Mike said. Ami gasped and stared straight ahead, watching as the applicants all charged forward into the battle center. She panicked and immediately rushed into the battle center. She gritted her teeth anxiously and ran in, staring face to face with a robot. She glared at the robot and took one step before watching the robot get destroyed in seconds by another applicant. She felt a sigh of relief and heard explosions all around her. Robots were getting destroyed all over the place, prompting Ami to run ahead to look for more. She ran past plenty of deceased robots and examined their damage. She saw one with huge fist-sized holes sparking on the floor, one was covered in ice, and one that looked like it was squeezed to death. "I'm way over my head here," she thought out loud. Gulping, she continued running down the streets and listened to the sounds of battle echoing throughout the streets. From the sound of things, there were fights going on everywhere she wasn't. She flinched at the sound of an explosion from across the street and started breathing heavily. She stopped running and grabbed onto her knees, breathing rapidly. She slapped herself in the face in an attempt to calm herself down, succeeding in catching her breath. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, focusing on nothing but her thoughts. "This is it, Ami. Don't let All Might's help go to waste. This is your moment," she thought, clenching her fists tightly. She opened her eyes and gritted her teeth, feeling more focused than before. She ran ahead deeper into the battle center and passed by even more deceased robots. Shaking her head at their bodies, she continued running. That is, until one of the robots jolted off the floor towards her. Ami jumped in response to the robot's presence and watched as it rose up between its fallen brethren. Beep, beep. She watched the robot's red-eye lens focus on her, raising its claws towards her. She stood still and glared at it, letting out a happy growl. "Three-pointer." She gritted, flashing her teeth at the robot. She gulped and activated her quirk, feeling flames rise up her body. The robot watched as her neck glowed orange, sensing an increase of temperature through its sensors. It tilted its head at her in confusion. She grinned at the robot and saw smoke emanating between her teeth, feeling the heat of her flames on her tongue. She widened her stance and stomped the ground, opening her mouth wide and firing her flamethrower. The robot stared at the flames coming out her mouth before getting consumed in fire from head to toe. The robot's alarms went off inside its body as the intense heat melted through its armor. The circuitry inside its body melted, causing the robot to glitch up in response. Before long, the robot succumbed to the flames and fell. Ami's eyes widened at the robot's defeat and stopped her flamethrower. She took a deep breath and stared at the robot's smoking corpse with a victorious smile. "Yes!" she exclaimed, raising her fist into the air. "Woo! That's me. I did it!" Ami exclaimed, jumping up in the air repeatedly in excitement. She was getting a little carried away in her excitement at getting 3 points. Far away from the battle center, a hidden camera captured Ami's celebrations. Several cameras were recording the other applicants' actions from a small dark-lit room. Inside the room was a group of heroes that watched the cameras hidden in the battle centers with excitement. Among the group was a deflated All Might. He was mainly focused on watching the action going on in Battle Center B, but occasionally would check on Battle Center C. On the screen, he saw Ami celebrating her victory over the smoking dead robot and made a tiny smile. He flared his nostrils and nodded at the screen with pride, staring back at Battle Center B in search of young Midoriya. Another teacher in the dark room watched Ami's celebration and watched as she took a heavy breath and inhaled. He stared at her with surprised expression as flames leapt off the dead robot's body and flew straight into her mouth, leaving the teacher curious. "My, that's neat," the small talking mouse said, staring at the screen with a happy smile. He continued watching Ami as she ceased her celebrations and resumed hunting. Ami ran off towards another street with a satisfied smile. Her nervousness from before had swiftly vanished after eating the flames off the robot corpse. The accomplishment had raised her spirits, pushing her to go on even further. She turned a corner and entered a new street, slowing down and listening for robot sounds. She heard the sound of treads on the road and felt her excitement rise. She ran down the road and saw another robot in front of her. She smiled at the sight of the robot and recognized it as a three-pointer. "You!" Ami exclaimed, getting the robot's attention. The robot raised its head up and turned to the right, spotting Ami in the middle of the road with its red vision. "Beepy beepy BRR. Over here," Ami hollered, waving her arm at the robot. The robot twisted its body and drove towards her direction, raising its claws at her. Ami stood her ground and grinned at the robot, activating her quirk. The robot picked up on her temperature change and detected a heat source within her body. The robot's red eye focused on her neck and saw the glow, alerting it to danger. Beep beep. The robot activated a horn in its body, alerting nearby robots. Ami heard the horn and faltered a bit in confusion. She raised her head up a bit and lifted an eyebrow at the machine. "Huh?" she questioned, caught off guard by the horn. "Beepy BRR. Beepy BRR." Two more horns went off behind her, causing her whole body to tense up. She felt a chill go down her spine from goosebumps. She turned her head a little and saw two more robots approach her from behind. She counted the robots' numbers and realized she had gotten surrounded by three-pointers. The robots glared at her with their one red eyes and snapped their claws at her in intimidation. She glared back at them and shook her head, concentrating back on her quirk. She stared at the approaching robot in front of her and prepared to her flamethrower. Just as she was about to open fire, she felt a vibration beneath the ground. All of a sudden, large green vines erupted out of the ground and wrapped itself around the robot. The robot stared at the vines wrapping around its body and detected a threat. The robot snapped its claw at the vine, chopping one in half. The chopped vine didn't stop, however, and continued to coil around the robot. The robot felt the vines constrict its body and attempted to chop them off, but failed. Within seconds, the vines constricted the robot and bent its metal arms until they no longer functioned. Ami watched slack-jawed as the vines crushed the robot in its grasp. She heard the ground shake behind and turned her head back again, catching a glimpse of the other two robots as vines wrapped around them as well. Holy crap, Ami thought, watching the robots get crushed to death. She heard footsteps behind her and turned around, watching a girl with green hair approach. Ami stared at the girl and recognized her as the girl that was praying at the entrance. She hummed a song as she crushed the life out of the three robots. The robots struggled to stay online as their bodies were crushed by the vines. Seeing no way of breaking free, the robots' red eyes started beeping rapidly. As soon as the beeping started, Ami and the girl watched as the robots exploded within the vine's grasp, shocking both of them. "Whoa!" Ami yelped, jumping out of the way as the robot's shrapnel came flying toward her. She dropped onto the floor and shielded her head with her arms, staring at the burning remains of the dead robot. "Jeez," Ami commented, hearing the flames burn. She turned her head and stared at the other girl, checking on her safety. The other girl had a surprised expression on her face. She was clearly not expecting the robots to self-destruct like that. Ami looked at her concerned expression and noticed smoke was coming off her. Her eyes widened when she saw the girl's vine hair was on fire. Ami gasped at the sight of the burning hair and immediately stood back up, making eye contact with the other girl. "Hey, your hair is on fire." Ami shouted, pointing her finger at the girl. The girl heard Ami's shouts and looked up at her hair. Her eyes shrank at the sight of the fire and gasped, entering panic mode. The Vine girl's jaw dropped with fear as she started to frantically swipe at her hair in an attempt to put out the flames. The vines holding onto the robots retracted back into ground and returned to the girl, letting the broken machine slump to the floor in flames. Ami watched the girl panic and frowned, feeling like she couldn't leave without trying to help her. Wait, I can help. Calm down, Ami said, rushing to the girl's side. She waved her hands at her to get her attention and calm her down. The girl swiped at her hair and stared at Ami with a scared expression. She saw the concern in Ami's eyes and nodded, ceasing her actions. Ami looked up at the burning hair and reactivated her quirk. She opened her mouth and inhaled. The scared girl froze and watched as all the fire on her hair flew straight into her mouth, sending her into shock. She watched as Ami reeled back with the flames in her mouth and swallowed, freeing her hair from any more injury. The girl relaxed and sighed in relief, feeling her hair was now free of flames. Bless you, Mississippi bless you, the Vine girl said, praising Ami. She bowed at her in respect, making Ami smile awkwardly at her. It's no problem, Ami said shyly. 2 robots blared their horns at them, startling the 2 girls. Ami saw them approaching from behind the girl and swerved around her. She carefully stood in front of her in defense and clenched her fists. She opened her mouth and exhaled, releasing a plume of fire straight into the 2 robots. The robots were blasted by the intense heat and felt their armor and circuitry melt, shutting them offline permanently. She ceased her fire breathing and panted in exhaustion, wiping sweat off her forehead. She stared at the burning robots and watched them slump to the ground, dead. Sighing in relief, she opened her mouth again and breathed in all the fire in the area, leaving no flame left behind. Once all the fire in the street was gone, she deactivated her quirk and sighed, slumping her shoulders and taking slow breaths. I've got to pick up the pace, Ami thought. She turned back at the Vine girl and bowed at her. Sorry, I have to go set more robots on fire. Ami apologized, turning around. Sorry about your hair. It's really cool, Ami shouted, echoing down the street. The Vine girl waved back at her and ran in the opposite direction, grateful for her help. Back in the dark lit room, the teachers sat in seats, patiently watching the applicant performance in all the battle centers. With every robot destroyed, the teachers would smile and nod to themselves. The teachers also paid close attention to the applicant's skills and tactics, silently complimenting every successful strategy the applicants performed. All of them were quickly growing impressed by the applicants. Sitting among the teachers, All Might watched the cameras dedicated to Battle Center B and C with solemn expression. He stared at Izuku through the cameras and watched him run around, seemingly missing his chance to get points. He felt his nerves act up while staring at Izuku, making him gulp. Come on, young Midoriya, All Might thought, clenching his fists, sensing himself getting nervous. He switched focus and stared at the Battle Center C cameras. He quickly found Ami among the cameras and focused on her. She was currently setting another robot on fire, sending him relief. She was mostly relying on hit-and-run tactics, but she was doing a fine job by herself. First, she'd set the robot on fire. Second, she'd let it burn and melt apart. Third, she'd inhale the flames right off the robot's corpse and run off. Finally, she'd find another robot and repeat the process. All Might dropped his shoulders and relaxed, taking in a deep breath in his seat. All Might was satisfied that Ami was doing fine, however. He quickly noticed she was breathing more heavily with each robot destroyed. He squinted his eyes and stared at her panting, feeling a concerned frown growing. Ami's getting points, but she's starting to get tired. All Might thought, watching the screen. He looked at Izuku on the other camera and saw he was still running around in a panic. His frown widened by a fraction. He had hoped Ami and Izuku would end up in the same battle center somehow, but knew that was just wishful thinking. Clearly the examinees have no idea how many villains are present or their locations. They have limited time, must cover a vast area, and hunt down every last target. Some use information-gathering abilities to plan out strategies, while others rely on speed to pull ahead of their peers. Of course, remaining calm under pressure can be a huge advantage, as can pure power and combatability. The most successful students use a combination of all these tactics. They're the ones who rack up the highest scores. The mouse said, watching the screens with interest. All might, and the other teachers nodded in agreement. I'd say this year's class looks promising. A female voice said. One of the teachers nodded their head in agreement, speaking up with a modified voice. Well, there's still plenty of time before it's over. The real test is yet to come. The man said, heading over to a desk full of electronics. He opened a glass case and pushed the red button inside, activating machinery. Let's see how they react, the man said. The other teachers stared at the math teacher and glanced back at the cameras, ready to see how the applicants deal with a problem this big. In the center of the battle centers, rumbling began to take place. The road began to automatically open up like a hidden door. As light from the sun illuminated the dark hole, lights began to turn on from inside. At the bottom of the pit, gears started turning. Slowly, a platform rose up out of the pit, bringing with it a mechanical terror. Ami ran through the battle center with a heavy breath. So far, her hit-and-run tactics were working fairly well. However, not even she could ignore the exhaustion she had steadily gained from her tactics. She turned a street corner and slowed down, leaning on a parked car in exhaustion. She placed her elbow on the parked car and relaxed, wiping sweat off her forehead. She leaned on the car for a few seconds and glanced at her reflection through the side view mirror. She checked herself out and noticed how wet her hair was from sweating, wincing a little in disgust. She stared at the floor and began counting in her head. She had encountered a few more three-pointers since her run-in with Vine Girl and managed to score some points. That was at least 30-something. Ami mumbled, counting her point total under her breath. She took slower breaths and felt her composure return to normal. She took deeper breaths and sighed in relief, feeling her strength return. Keep it up, Ami. Ami mumbled, motivating herself. She wiped off more sweat from her face and stretched, feeling her body pop satisfyingly. She felt good about herself and flared her nostrils, flexing her muscles in anticipation. All right, let's do this, she thought, smiling with determination. Boom! Ami heard the loud explosion and instantly jumped in the air in fright, yelping at the explosion's volume. Startled by the sound, she closed her eyes momentarily and reopened them. She sighed and felt her heart beating rapidly again. The unexpected sound had scared her badly. She raised her head and looked around for the source of the loud boom. What is happening? Is this someone's quirk? Ami guessed, looking for any clues. Just as she started theorizing, the ground beneath her started to shake. Ami looked down at the ground and panicked, attempting to balance herself. As she struggled to stay standing, even more explosions rang out from nearby. A strange mechanical-sounding noise echoed around the buildings, startling her more. As the booms came closer and the shaking became stronger, the windows on the buildings ahead of her shattered from all the noise. She stared at the falling shards of glass from the dozens of windows and started to freak out. The mechanical noise got louder than before, making her worry. She looked around again and gasped when a colossal shadow appeared on the side of the taller buildings. Ami trembled at the sight of the shadow as the thing casting it came into view. It was a colossal machine that traveled using street-sized tank treads. The mechanical terror moved down the street in front of Ami, passing by without noticing her. She watched as a gigantic robot snapped its claw hands in an intimidating manner. She shuddered at the robot's immense height, feeling her jaw at the floor and her legs tremble. Slowly the robot passed by and entered another street, creating another explosion as its tank treads effortlessly rolled over parked vehicles. Ami's heart stopped functioning as the robot vanished, feeling her eye twitch in anxiety. That's not cool. Ami panicked, trembling. The ground beneath her stopped shaking as badly, giving her a chance to compose herself a second time. She gasped and stared at the floor, hyperventilating in fear. Even though the shaking stopped, her legs sure didn't. She bent down slightly and grasped onto her knees, trying her best to stop her trembling. All right, Ami, you're doing great so far. The 0-pointer is only the size of a building. No reason to panic, she assured herself, smiling with an obviously terrified expression. Less than 2 minutes left. Present Mike said over the speakers. Ami jumped at the sound and gasped, standing back up at full height. She panicked and yelped, holding onto her face with both hands. Less than 2 minutes? Man, I hope Izzy's doing better than me. She hoped, closed her eyes and taking a deep breath. Breath, Ami. Breath. Ami thought, inhaling and exhaling slowly. She tensed up her whole body and self-examined herself. Concentrating, she activated her quirk and focused on her flames. She could tell her flames were getting weaker. She was tired. After all, I'm losing the fire. She frowned, flaring her nostrils in disappointment. She opened her eyes and looked up at the sky, calming down. She stood there alone on the road, contemplating what to do with only 2 minutes left. As she thought about what to do, a crazy thought entered her head. Maybe if the robot blows up enough buildings, I can eat the flames and melt him down. Ami quickly thought up. It sounded crazy. She'd be facing down a building-sized machine. She immediately doubted her chances of hurting it, but seeing no other alternative, she nodded her head. She wished she could think of a better idea. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's try that, she thought, concluding her plans. She bolted down her street and stood in the middle of the robot's path, gulping at the tread marks it left behind on the street. She stared down the street and saw the gigantic robot rolling down the street. She narrowed her eyes and clenched her fists, getting into the mood, surveying the damage left behind. She noticed a car burning on the side of the road. She gasped and quickly ran towards the car, opening her mouth and inhaling the flames, feeling her fire's power increase. Feeling her fire get hotter in her mouth, she smiled and ran toward the machine. While running, she ran past other applicants in her pursuit of the robot and heard their protests and warnings. She ignored them all and stayed focused on the robot, inhaling as much flames as possible as she ran by. Her quirk special ability was quickly noticed by the other applicants, who noticed her strange behavior. The applicants watched the flames fly straight into her mouth, confusing them as they ran. Eventually, Ami reached the back of the robot and struggled to stand from the shaking. She stopped her approach and looked up at the robot, which, thankfully, hadn't noticed her yet. Its lack of awareness gave her some amount of relief as it made her approach easier. Ami stared at the robot and felt her body tense up on reflex. She gritted her teeth and took a wider stance, making sure she wouldn't fall from the intense shaking. No holding back, she thought, narrowing her eyes. She clenched her hands and felt her knuckles pop, thinking back to her training. She thought about the happy memories she made training countless hours with her brother Izuku at the beach, reinvigorating her spirits. A smile formed on her lips at the memories. Then the memory of All Might helping her with quirk training appeared. Izuku standing right next to her, cheering her on to keep going. She flared her nostrils and smiled, letting a tear fall down her eye. It's thanks to All Might that I'm here now. I won't let him down, she thought, glaring at the robot. I won't let Izuku down, she swore, activating her quirk. Her body temperature rapidly increased, making her smile. She kept her eyes on the floor and concentrated, watching her neck light up with a brilliant orange glow. She grinned as flames entered her mouth, watching as smoke emanated through her teeth. She stared up at the robot with a rush of adrenaline and opened her mouth. An intense blast of fire erupted out of her mouth, impacting the back of the gigantic robot in seconds. To anyone watching, it looked like her face was a campfire. She closed her eyes and screamed. The colossal machine picked up a rapid temperature increase in its rear, alerting it of danger. The robot stopped moving and froze, blaring its horn loudly. VRR! Ami stumbled a bit as the shaking ceased, but quickly kept up her stance. She kept her mouth open and screamed at the robot, unleashing more fire onto the robot's armor. The giant robot heard the scream and twisted its head around, taking notice of the girl. Its numerous sensors on its face zoomed in on Ami, staring at her. Ami stared up at the robot's face and continued her assault. The robot blared its horn at her, making her flinch. She refused to back down and continued, screaming loudly at the machine. She let loose on the robot's tank treads, melting away at the machine-thick armor plating. Sensing danger, the robot swerved and attempted to turn around, but Ami didn't let up. She scorched the robot's left side and expelled all of her flames into the machine. Alarms went off inside the machine as its legs melted. The robot looked down at the flames impacting its treads and analyzed its temperature. If the robot could pain, it'd definitely be crying right now. The robot watched the metal on its left side sink, bend, and twist. It adjusted itself and slowly started to lean a bit, raising its arms and balancing on a nearby building. Ami continued screaming one last time before feeling her body weaken from stress. More smoke exited her mouth and fire, forcing her to gag. Her eyes bulged open as soon as she felt the smoke enter her throat. She gagged and coughed, choking from smoke. She quickly deactivated her quirk, and gulped, this was it. No more fire left. She looked up at the damage she caused on the tank treads and felt her eyes expand. It was like the robot had been walking on lava. Its treads on the left side were melted beyond repair. The robot could feel the circuitry in its treads begin to turn off, causing it to start tipping. The robot quickly swung its arms into the surrounding buildings and performed a balancing act. Much to Ami's dismay, the robot was still standing. VRRR. The robot roared, doing a systems check. It assessed itself for internal damages and detected multiple system failings on its treads. It quickly attempted to reboot its systems and failed. Its legs were inoperable and too damaged to repair. It raised its head up and analyzed the buildings it swung its arm into to maintain balance. Its sensor scanned the building's integrity and calculated its chances of falling. The gigantic machine quickly scanned itself and reached a conclusion. Scanning buildings. Warning. Buildings unstable. Chances of falling. 100%. The left side of the robot's leg collapsed on itself. Metal bent and cracked under the extreme temperatures it had faced. Ami saw the robot start to lean over and smiled. She sighed and dropped to the floor, panting in exhaustion. She let her guard down and relaxed, finding herself unable to move. She looked down at the floor and closed her eyes. She had actually hurt the giant robot. She let out tears of joy at her achievement and celebrated. "I did it!" she screamed, hurting her throat. She winced at the pain in her throat and cringed, feeling tears fall down. "Crap, my throat's super dry. I overdid it." Ami cursed herself, rubbing her neck. As she rubbed her neck, she heard a sound from above her. Glancing up, her eyes widened when she saw the massive robot's arms break through the buildings, sending debris falling to the ground. She gasped as the robot's body leaned towards her slowly, darkening the street below her. The robot's red eyes lit up like floodlights and illuminated the street below with a red glow. The robot scanned the floor as it crashed, quickly noticing Ami's presence. The robot looked down at Ami as it fell and activated its alarms. Human life detected. Chances of stopping fall, 0%. Chances of human survival, 39.8%. Activating emergency horn. Beep 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 beep. The robot roared at her like a cruise ship, getting every applicant's attention. The people closest to her and the robot gasped, realizing what was happening. Most of them could see the danger Ami was in and panicked. Some of them bolted straight towards the robot. Ami watched as the robot made a desperate attempt to slow its descent, slamming its arms into surrounding buildings. Unfortunately, the robot's giant fists easily tore through the weaker buildings, doing nothing to slow down. Ami looked up at the falling robot and realized it was going to fall on her. "Oh no!" Ami barely squeaked out, still grabbing her throat. She tried to stand up, but tripped on her backside. She had put everything she could give into that final blast, draining her entirely of her stamina. She fell back onto the pavement and crawled backwards, hyperventilating in fear. She looked up at the falling robot and found herself unable to scream. She started to regret her actions and silently prayed. "Please, someone help me," she prayed. She then felt something latch on to her stomach. She opened her eyes and looked down and saw tape wrapped around her. Before she had time to think, she was flung backwards into the air and narrowly avoided the gigantic robot's path. The robot landed on the street with a loud crash, damaging the street below. Ami panted heavily at the fallen robot and relaxed as best she could with a rapidly beating heart. I think my whole life just flashed before my eyes. She struggled, thinking out loud. Another teen approached her and quickly tried to help her up. Several others approached her and had their own looks of worry. "Hey, are you all right? That robot almost crushed you," another teen asked, freaking out. "Water," she barely whispered out. "What?" "I need water," Ami said, feeling completely exhausted. She laid there on the pavement, too weak to do anything. She couldn't even see anything anymore. Ami thought about Izuku as she blacked out. Luckily for her, she was quickly tended to as she laid there unconscious. After an hour of recovery, Ami had chugged at least 3 bottles of water. She was grateful for the help the other applicants gave her. Most importantly, Ami wanted to say thank you to whoever the applicant was that saved her life. Unfortunately, she was unable to. She didn't actually know who any of the applicants that saved her looked like. Just that one of them had wrapped tape around her stomach and pulled her out of harm's way. All she had on her savior was a tape quirk. She made a note in her head to remember that just in case. Ami was a little disappointed in herself. She hadn't actually defeated the giant robot when she set it on fire. Apparently, after she blacked out, the robot had attempted to get up using its arms several times before it was eventually shut down. She hoped the watchers would at least recognize what she did. More importantly, she was a little annoyed that she had blacked out in the first place. This was the 3rd time she'd blacked out after getting saved. First by Kaken, second by Kimmy Woods, and now a 3rd time thanks to Tape Man. After reuniting with Izuku, she was shocked to learn that her brother had activated All Might's quirk to save a girl. Ami giggled to herself after learning it was the same girl he had talked to at the entrance. She was also horrified to learn that his quirk had literally broken his arm and legs. "IT did what?" She cried out, covering her mouth. "No, it's okay. See, good as new." Izuku stuttered, flexing his recovered arm. Izuku had also blacked out after his exam. Ami breathed a sigh of relief, knowing Izuku was safe. She was lucky nothing was broken in her body. Recovery Girl had easily healed her after recovering enough of her strength. When it was time to leave, Ami and Izuku both walked out together. Ami didn't know what to say to Izuku after hearing about his performance. She could tell he was freaking out on the inside and tried to give him words of encouragement. "It's all right, Izzy. Maybe it's a trick. Maybe the robot wasn't actually 0 points after all." She hoped. "You think so?" Izuku asked. "I mean, no. But why else would it be 300 feet tall, right?" Ami guessed, giving him an apologetic smile. Her answer did the trick for Izuku as it made him feel slightly better after getting 0 points. He hoped, for All Might's sake, that Ami was right. Izuku smiled and laughed with Ami after listening to what happened to her exam. "You should have seen it, Izzy. Her hair was like this dash," Ami laughed, holding up her own hair to imitate the Vine Girl. "That's so awesome." Izuku laughed. She continued telling him what happened until they had gotten home. Now it was time for the waiting game to commence. 1 week later, Ami and Izuku were working out together in his room. They may have taken the exam already, but there wasn't any reason to stop the American Dream Plan afterwards. They were already so used to working out every day, so why stop? Izuku thought back to what Ami had told her a couple months back when he was starting to get stressed. He was thankful that Ami had prevented him from going overboard after getting caught one day. "Izzy, you've got to stick to the plan," Ami said, urging Izuku to listen. She watched Izuku struggle to work out and immediately grew concerned. "But I need to do this, Ami." Izuku frowned, shaking his head in disagreement. Ami frowned at Izuku's stubbornness and stayed strong. "No, you don't. Listen, Izzy. All Might told me to watch you in case you overdid it," she explained, causing Izuku to freeze up. He raised his eyes and stared at Ami incredulously. "He did?" Izuku asked. Ami nodded and continued. "The American Dream Plan was designed specifically for you. If you try and do more than it says, you'll only end up hurting yourself. We're doing this for you, Izzy," Ami said, grabbing onto Izuku's shoulders. "I know. It's just that I have to work harder or I won't stand a chance against the applicants," Izuku said, putting his head down. Ami stared at Izuku with a worried face. "Of course you're going to stand a chance, Izzy. All Might is doing this for you so that he can give you his—" Ami said, looking back at the closed door, "Quirk." She whispered quietly, "That's just it, Ami. I don't just want into UA. I want to excel. I want to be like him." Izuku said, looking up at Ami with tears. Ami looked back at him with a warm smile. "You're already like him, Izzy." Ami smiled. Surprising Izuku, he stared at her completely stunned until he started to sniffle. He immediately hugged her, letting out tears onto her sister's shirt. Ami looked down at her crying brother and felt embarrassed. Ami put her hand on Izuku's head and hugged him back, tears falling down her face. "We're going to do this together, okay?" Ami told him. All Might Jr. and his sidekick, Lady All Might. Ami joked. Izuku heard her words and couldn't resist laughing through his tears. Those were their hero names when they were 4. They both weren't very original. Izuku returned back to the present and felt warm inside. He had met his hero, All Might. He and his sister were closer than they ever were before, and now they were anxiously waiting for their results. Then their exercise was interrupted by the door opening. Izuku and Ami stopped their workouts and turned to see their mother looking at them both with nervous eyes. "Izuku, Ami, look, a letter. They're here, your test results. From UA." Inko frantically cried out. Izuku and Ami looked at each other with the same nervous face. This was what they'd been waiting for. A minute passed and Ami and Izuku were both sitting on chairs, looking at the letter on Izuku's desk. They gulped and had nervous wide eyes on their faces. They glanced at each other, unsure of what to do. The front of the letter had both of their names on it. They both assumed UA had combined their test results. "So, should I or should you?" Ami asked, shaking anxiously. Izuku was also shaking and tried to talk. "Let's open together," Izuku said. Ami nodded and stared at the letter. They grabbed one side of the letter and pulled with all their strength. The letter ripped in half and dropped a small circular tablet onto the desk. Both Ami and Izuku looked at it with confused expressions. Then it turned on and projected All Might on the wall. "I am here as a projection now," All Might exclaimed. "All Might?" they said in unison. "But this is from UA, isn't it?" "I know it's been a while, but with great power comes a great amount of paperwork. My apologies, young Midoriyas," All Might said, putting emphasis on Midoriyas. "The truth is, I didn't come to this city just to fight villains. You're looking at the newest UA faculty member." All Might exclaimed. What's the matter? Who's showboating?" "Oh, sorry, I'll wrap it up, but I have to show them something first." "Wait, I have to do how many of these things?" "Right, so moving on. Ladies first, to Ami. You certainly made quite the first impression in the practical exam, especially after crippling the giant robot. Well done. Your actions have awarded you with 50 villain points. You also passed a written exam." Ami said with relief. She slung back onto the chair after hearing her points, feeling the weight in her shoulders vanish in an instant. To Izuku, "Even though you passed a written test, you got 0 combat points in the practical exam. Sorry." All Might said. Izuku frowned and looked down at the ground. Ami looked at Izuku and put her hand on his shoulder. She was about to say something but was cut off by All Might. Fortunately, there were other factors. But before we get to that, I have another surprise. Look, a short clip for your viewing pleasure." All Might said, pointing at a TV screen on the hologram. Do you have a sec?" "Sorry to interrupt." Achiko said, looking up at Present Mike. "Hey, it's that nice girl." Izuku said, "She showed up after the exam to talk to you, young man." All Might smiled. "Oh," Ami said, looking at Izuku with a devious grin. Izuku felt himself get red in the face and laughed awkwardly. "You know that boy with the messy hair and all the freckles? It's hard to describe his face. He's kind of plain looking, doesn't really stand out or anything, you know?" Achiko said, giving an apt description. "She means me." Izuku said. Ami giggled at the girl's description of Izuku. "I was wondering. Would it be possible to give him some of the points I earned in the exam? I heard him say something about wanting to get just 1 point in, which seems crazy. How can someone who took down that huge villain all by himself not have any points in the end? Achiko exclaimed. Achiko's words made Izuku think about what Bakugo and Death Arms had said to him. You'd never be able to hang with the best of the best. Bakugo said in Izuku's mind, he would have had a better score if he hadn't stopped to help me. Achiko said, there was absolutely no reason for you to put yourself in danger like that. Death Arms said in his head, he saved me. I have to make it up to him. Please, sir, can't you just give him my points? Achiko pleaded. The video paused and returned to All Might. You have a quirk now, yes, but it's your actions that inspire others, and that's why I am here. You see, the practical exam was not just graded on combat alone. All Might explained, crossing his arms to form an X. He turned and resumed play on the video. Izuku and Ami watched Present Mic pat Achiko's head. Even on screen, Ami could see Achiko thought it was weird. Thanks for showing up to the station with your request. But there's no reason to give him your points. The kid's charting well on his own. Present Mic responded, how could a hero course reject someone who is committed to saving others no matter the consequences to himself? After all, that is what makes someone a hero. And that's what this is all about. Training those who would risk their lives for the greater good. So we have rescue points. A panel of judges watches, and they award points to heroic acts beyond just fighting villains. All Might explained. Izuku Midoriya, 60 rescue points. Ami Midoriya, 10 rescue points. And Achiko Uraraka, 45 rescue points. Izuku and Ami looked at the results on the screen with shock. They were in the top 10 results. And to Ami's surprise, next to each other, Achiko was at 3rd, Izuku at 7th, and Ami at 8th. They sat there in silence, too shocked to say anything. You both passed the exam. All Might said, smiling brightly through the hologram. Welcome, Izuku, Ami. You have made it. You are both part of Hero Academia. All Might smiled. Both Izuku and Ami looked at each other and cried at the same time. They did it. Their work had paid off. The both of them celebrated and hugged. It took a lot of help, but now our lives have changed completely. And now, we're enrolling in the high school of our dreams. Izuku narrated. Outside the door, Inko paced around the hallway. She had done this the entire time, waiting for them to come out. When the door finally opened, Inko looked at both of her children's faces. Izuku and Ami gave their mother a happy smile. Inko received a message loud and clear. She then started to cry and embraced both of her children. Oh, my babies! She cried, losing her ability to speak through her tears. Check out the results from the exam. A male voice said, looking at the top 10 examination results on the wall. Wow! The first place student didn't even have rescue points. The female voice pointed out. She watched as Bakugo rampaged through bot after bot, destroying them in a blast of explosions. He took down those villains like an ace. When most of the other examinees were running from the big obstacle, he stayed focused on letting the smaller targets get in close and then counterattacking. That kid is tough. An older man's voice said. On the opposite end, the 7th place student had 0 villain points. The woman said, watching Izuku destroy the 0-pointer with 1 punch. He's not the first UA hopeful to take out that giant robot. It's been a while since I saw someone blow it away with 1 attack. The man said, but at what cost? Did you see how badly he injured himself? If you ask me, it's like his body isn't used to his quirk. The man commented, watching Izuku fall to the floor with an arm and both legs broken. How about the girl below him in 8th? His sister, right? The woman assumed, reading off their last names. She certainly caught the principal's attention with that fire-collecting quirk, and when she managed to cripple the robot by breathing fire. It's fortunate that 10th place saved her from getting crushed by the giant robot. The older man said, looking at the footage of Ami getting pulled out of the giant robot's path with tape. Is no one going to mention how different their quirks are? What's up with that? The man asked, getting the others to nod in agreement. Off in the back of the room, another teacher stared at the results with blank, tired eyes. He was leaning on the wall, watching the footage of Izuku and Ami Midoriya. He found the two of them to be odd, to say the least. The tired man groaned, staring at the two with interest. Dagoba Municipal Beach. The night after we got our UA acceptance letter, he finally got in touch with us. Izuku and Ami rushed down the street toward the beach. They could see All Might standing there on the beach in his deflated form. The two of them were excited to have heard from All Might again after taking the exam. They rushed down the stairs and onto the beach and quickly approached All Might. They smiled at the sight of All Might and picked up the pace. All Might heard them coming and turned around, raising his hand. Before he could say anything, Izuku screamed out a greeting. "Hi, All Might!" Izuku exclaimed. His voice echoed on the beach. Ami had also greeted All Might, but at an incredibly lower volume compared to Izuku. All Might coughed blood from the loud outburst and responded, "Chill out, kid." All Might whispered, coughing up blood. Ami then heard voices coming from the boardwalk and saw two people turn to look at them. All Might turned and saw them as well. "All Might's here," a man asked on the boardwalk, hearing the commotion on the beach. "No way." "Where?" A woman asked, standing next to the man. "Way to blow my cover. Say it was a mistake." All Might ordered. Izuku stuttered out words until Ami swooped in to save them. No. He said high tide tonight. Ami blurted out, hoping it would work. "Yup, high tide tonight. Very cool." Izuku exclaimed, waving his hands out. "Man, I thought he said All Might." The man said with disappointment in his voice. "Yeah, I want an autograph." The woman said, disappointed. The couple on the boardwalk turned around and resumed back to what they were doing. All Might, Izuku, and Ami both sighed in relief. A few seconds they calmed down and smiled. All Might nodded at them both with approval and raised his hand for a high five. "Congrats on getting you too." All Might said, high-fiving Izuku and Ami. "We couldn't have done it without your help." Izuku said, "Oh, speaking of which, I didn't tell anyone at UA that I trained you kids, or anything." All Might said, "Really?" Ami asked, "Really? I wasn't one of the judges, and I didn't pull any strings for you. You earned your places on your own." All Might nodded. "Wow. Thanks for telling us. I'm glad to hear that." Izuku bowed, feeling grateful. "I was just surprised to hear you're going to be a teacher at UA." All Might. Ami admitted, getting a nod in agreement from Izuku. "Yeah, me too. I was wondering what brought you here all of a sudden. After all, your agency's in Minato, Tokyo, and everyone knows Izuku stated before getting interrupted. Getting creepy. All Might interrupted him. Ami giggled at her brother's antics. All Might turned around and took a couple steps toward the ocean. The school didn't want me telling anyone about the job until they made an official announcement. It seemed like fortuitous timing. An easy way to find someone new to inherit one for all. Both Izuku and Ami were surprised to hear that. Ami glanced at Izuku and saw he was staring at his hands. She knew what he was thinking about. All Might was going to give one for all to a student. That means it was a miracle All Might had chosen Izzy. Ami thought to herself, feeling sad. She didn't want to think about what would have happened if All Might hadn't showed up in time. What would happen to Izuku? Or what would happen to her? She gulped at the thought. Your power completely wrecked my body, and all I did was jump and throw one punch. I can't control it. What do? You'll learn to manage it in time. Hoping to master it right away is like asking a baby to run a marathon. You still have to go through the process of learning how to walk. All Might explained. The twins nodded at the explanation and agreed. Wait. Both their eyes went wide when realization had struck them at the same time. Wait. You knew I was going to get hurt that badly. Izuku exclaimed, clenching his hands in fear. Well, we were in a time crunch, but it turned out all right. Plus, now you know what you're dealing with. All Might said, holding his hands up. He smiled awkwardly and made a glance at Ami, who had a look of disapproval on her face. All Might, he almost died. Ami narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms. I know, but right now, Izuku's quirk is either all or nothing. One day, you'll learn how to control your output. Then you'll be able to adjust exactly how much power you're using. I just need control? Izuku asked. All Might nodded and picked up cans on the beach. He continued on with his explanation. You're overflowing with energy at the moment. With training, your body will hold it better. All Might change into his muscle form and crush the cans in his hand. Then it's yours to command, he said. The twins looked at All Might in awe at his strength. Look, All Might is here, the man on the boardwalk said. No way. Where'd he come from? The woman next to him yelled. All Might's smile faltered. He started to regret powering up for his metaphor. Both Ami and Izuku looked at the couple on the boardwalk with nervous expressions and turned back at All Might. They saw you, what do we do? Ami asked, what everyone does after getting caught. Young Ami, run. All Might shouted, bolting off. What? They said in unison. Wait for us, All Might. Izuku said, running after All Might. Ami quickly followed after them and caught up. All Might slowed down a bit till the two of them were behind him on each side. He looked to his right and saw Izuku, and on his left was Ami matching speed with Izuku. He smiled at the two of them and thought to himself, young Midoriya, in time it will be kindled, until you wield the raging inferno. The more powerful you become, the more you'll outshine me. Eventually I'll retire. My job complete. Humph. Deep stuff, All Might. All Might said, thinking of the future. April. Ami and Izuku were both excited to be going to UA High. They had spent their time getting supplies earlier the whole day. Now the two of them stared at the bathroom mirror and brushed their teeth. Izuku had finished first and waved goodbye. Good night, Ami. Izuku said, exiting the bathroom. Night, Izzy. Ami muttered, brushing her teeth. She took a drink of water and spit into the sink. After cleaning up after herself, she thought about her quirk training. And then it hit her. She furrowed her eyebrows and started thinking. I wonder. Ami said in a quiet voice. She slowly turned and closed the bathroom door shut and locked it. Looking back at herself in the mirror, she gripped the sides of the sink and took a deep breath. She closed her eyes and activated her quirk. She felt the tingling sensation climb up from her stomach and into her throat. She smiled at the mirror and saw a little bit of flame through her teeth. She closed her mouth with the flame inside and began her experiment. 15 years, and she never once thought of doing this? She felt the flames dance around her tongue and swooshed it back and forth. Ami felt the small flames in her mouth gather into one place and started to laugh with her mouth closed. She stopped moving her tongue around and stared down at the sink. Here goes nothing, Ami said. She hesitated for a second and spit into the sink. To her surprise, she spat out a fireball straight into the sink. She quickly inhaled the fireball and swallowed, making sure the smoke would travel outside the bathroom. She turned the sink on and took a drink of water. She started to laugh again and smiled with intense pride. She felt like a genius. Ami left the bathroom with a cheerful walk to her room. She flicked the light on in her room and dropped into her bed. The room was small like Izuku's, but had less space than his. Her clothing drawer and TV stand was lined with statues of her favorite heroes. At least some of them. Backdraft didn't have a cool statue yet. Relaxing into her bed, she smiled at the fireproof teddy bear that laid on her bed. It was a gift from her mom shortly after her quirk manifested. It gave her something to hold on to instead of a living person. The teddy bear made her feel safe. The teddy had a cute firefighter costume on that reminded her of an older hero she was a fan of, a bear man that lived across the ocean in the States that fought off wildfires. She liked firefighters. It was a profession she admired ever since her quirk showed. Ami always thought if being a hero never went through, she could at least try for firefighting. She smiled and held on to the fireproof bear and turned her phone on. She stared at the photo she had set as her lock screen. The photo caused her to stop smiling. She was smiling with her two friends. A memory flashed before her eyes. Ami sat across the table at a fast food restaurant, unsure what to say to the two friends in front of her. She had tears coming out of her eyes with hands grabbing onto hers on the table. I can't believe it. You're both moving away? Ami asked. She stared across the table at the orange-haired girl and her boyfriend, feeling like she had just been hit by a train. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Ami cried. We didn't want to upset you, Ami. You told us you were trying to get your act together after the villain attack with your brother. And well, Dash, the orange-haired girl's boyfriend explained. We didn't want to make you feel sad again. We wanted to tell you sooner. But you just look so happy. The orange-haired girl said, finishing for him. Ever since you and your brother started talking to each other, you changed. You were working out more, eating healthy, focusing better in class. And you were always smiling. As much as it hurt not to tell you, we knew if we did you would be sad again. And we didn't want that for you, Ami. The orange-haired girl explained. So when you started training for UA, we were so happy to see you open up more to people. That's why we just couldn't tell you. I hope you can forgive us, Ami. She finished. Ami sat there in silence for half a minute before she held onto her friend's hands. When I manifested my quirk for the first time, I accidentally set your desk on fire. I thought you would hate me, but you didn't. Instead, you hugged me and whispered to me that you had a fire quirk, too, Ami said, smiling at her friend. The orange-haired girl nodded, tears falling down her face. Thinking back on the day, they became friends. I never thought it'd end like this, but I'm so glad I met you too. Ami sniffled. Ami hugged the two of them right then and there. It took a couple minutes of hugging for the three of them to stop crying. After they had left the restaurant, an idea had formed in Ami's friend. Hey, let's take a photo together. One last time. Ami's friend suggested. The three of them had huddled together with the boyfriend holding up Ami's phone. They stared at the camera and made sure they were ready. They finished and smiled one last time at the camera. Ami stared at the photo and finally smiled, a tear falling down her face. I'll miss you guys. Ami smiled. She turned her phone off and turned the light off in her room. She closed her eyes and thought about UA things would be different there. She wasn't going to repeat the same mistakes of the past. She'd stick by her brother's side and hopefully make new friends. She fell asleep soon after dreaming about her future. Ami and Izuku had quickly eaten breakfast and gotten ready for the day. Ami stared at her phone and checked the time. Ami was the first to stand and wait for Izuku at the door. He was busy putting things in his backpack, while Ami watched. Hey, Slowpoke, I'm going to leave. Ami joked. Izuku rushed to put things in his backpack and panicked. Wait, I'm almost done. Izuku said, putting his notebook in his backpack. Izuku, you're all set? Enko asked, looking at Izuku. Yeah. Are you sure? You didn't just pack action figures, right? Enko asked. I have everything. Izuku insisted. He zipped up his backpack and stood up. Ami nodded and opened the door for the both of them. We gotta go, or else we'll be late. Izuku said. Izuku. What? Izuku asked. I'm really proud of you, son. Enko said. Izuku felt embarrassed and felt himself blush a little. He composed himself and smiled. Ami smiled at Izuku as well. He really had come a long way since the sludge villain. I'll see you soon. Izuku said. Bye, Mom. Ami waved. The two of them walked out the house and walked beside each other. They walked ahead with determined faces, ready to start their first day at UA. As they walked onto the streets, Ami looked at Izuku and asked him the important question. So, which sleeve has the All Might action figure? Ami asked, walking with Izuku. This one. Izuku replied, pointing to the side pocket of his backpack. They both laughed together as they crossed the street. The Midoriya twins entered UA and looked at its shiny entrance with excitement. They had quickly entered the building and looked around the place. They passed by familiar rooms as they searched the halls for their class. Class 1A. 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 There it is. Ami, I found it. Izuku exclaimed. That's a relief. Ami sighed, running up to Izuku. They approached the door and gawked at it. The door was 5 times their height. The size alone made their skin crawl on their backs. They looked up at the door and gulped. Is it just me, or is the door really tall? Ami asked, shaking quite a bit. Do they have giants here? Izuku asked, feeling nervous. The most promising students in the country are behind this door. Izuku immediately thought of Bakugo and the man with glasses, and scared himself. He shook his head and composed himself. Maybe they're in different classes. Maybe everyone in here is nice. Izuku thought Ami was having her own worries. She hoped the students behind the door wouldn't be afraid of her quirk. She didn't say it to Izuku, but she hoped Bakugo was in there, so she wouldn't be the scariest person in the room. She snapped out her thoughts and watched Izuku open the door. No turning back now. They entered class at the same time and saw the students. The first two people their eyes looked at were Bakugo and the man with the glasses. Ami looked at the man with glasses and made a tiny frown. Great that one guy is here, Ami thought. She quickly realized who he was looking at and genuinely stopped breathing. Take your feet off of that desk now, the man with glasses ordered. Huh? Bakugo grinned evilly, pretending he didn't hear. It's the first day and you're already disrespecting this academy by scuffing school property, you cretin. You're kidding me, right? Did your old school shove a stick up your ass, or were you born with it? Bakugo asked. Just my luck. Izuku thought, staring at Bakugo. Let's start over. I'm Tenya Ida from the Somei Private Academy. Ida introduced himself. Somei, huh? So you must think you're better than me. I'm gonna have fun tearing you a new one. He threatened. Ida took a step back and felt discomfort. You would threaten me? Your own classmate? Are you sure you're in the right place? Ida asked. I'm pretty sure nowhere's the right place for him. Ami blurted out, getting a look of fear from Izuku. The class had turned and looked at the two students that entered the room. Most of them looked at Izuku, while a smaller group had looked at Ami. Bakugo looked at them both with anger. Ida was surprised to see Izuku and the girl that had confronted him at the exam. The other classmates recognized Ami. Hey, it's that girl that melted the robot. A girl with earphone jacks said. Ami liked her hair. And that's the kid who punched the robot. A voice said, Good morning. Ida said. Ami looked at Ida, approached them, and gripped her backpack strap. My name is Tenya Ida. Yeah, I know. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's super nice to meet you, he said nervously. And I'm his sister, Ami Midoriya. She introduced herself, crossing her arms. Yes, I know you, too, but I was unaware you were related. I apologize for my harshness at the exam. Ida bowed, getting Ami to raise her eye. Wait, really? Ami asked, surprised that someone from Somei would apologize. Ida nodded and turned to Izuku. Midoriya, you realize there was something more to the practical exam, didn't you? You must be very perceptive. And I completely misjudged you. I admit, as a student, you are far superior to me. Ida said. Huh? Ami said, completely breaking down laughing. What? Was it something I said? Ida asked, unsure of her reason for laughing. It's nothing. She laughed, hiding her shame. Oh man, I didn't like him over nothing. And I thought only the rich stuck-up kids went to Somei. Ami thought to herself. Ami thought all Somei students were stuck up and thought they were better than others. But it turned out to be false. Then again, she heard it from Bakugo. Hey, I recognize that messed up hair. Falling boy. Huh? Izuku stammered, looking at the girl behind him. Ami turned and saw the girl that tried to give Izuku her points and smiled. Izuku looked at Achiko and started to get red in the face. Oh my gosh. It's that nice girl who talked to me. She looks good in that uniform. Izuku thought, not listening to what Achiko was saying. Ami looked at Izuku's red face and laughed internally. Real subtle, is he? She thought, hiding her smirk. I should probably be thanking you for going in and talking to him. Izuku said, thanking her. Achiko stopped fake punching the air and looked at him with confusion. How'd you know about that? Achiko asked. Oh, what? Izuku asked. Ami was trying not to facepalm, listening to the awkward conversation. At his desk, Bakugo glared at the twins with annoyance. He couldn't believe they both got into UA High, especially Izuku. He stared off at Ami with anger. He didn't like how close they had gotten. They were both inseparable after the sludge villain, which angered him. He couldn't do anything to Izuku with Ami there. He remembered talking to their teacher, with the two of them behind him at Aldera. I can't believe not one but 3 of my students got accepted into UA. And to think it was the Midoriya twins who got in, too. Gee, thanks. Ami smiled nervously. After that meeting, Bakugo confronted the two of them outside, discussing some workout plan. He clenched his fists and raised his voice. Hey, how the hell did you get in, you damn nerd? You must have cheated, right? I'm supposed to be the first and only student from this crappy school to get into UA, but you two had to go and screw it all up. I warned you not to apply DEKu. Bakugo exclaimed. Ami glared back at him and stepped forward ready to stand up for Izuku again. Before she could speak, she felt a hand grab her shoulder. Ami turned to look at Izuku, who gave her a reassuring look. She knew what he meant and backed down. Bakugo watched their exchange and grit his teeth in anger. He watched Izuku step forward and listened to him talk. Kaken, someone I looked up to told me that I could become a hero. That's why I applied. Like it or not, you can't stop me. Izuku shouted, surprising both Bakugo and Ami. Bakugo thought back to the present and glared at him. I'm gonna ruin that little bastard. Right after I figure out how you got in. Bakugo thought, what do you think we're doing today besides orientation? I wonder what our teachers are like. I can't wait to meet everybody. Achiko exclaimed. Ami smiled at the face Izuku was making while he was hiding his face. She liked Achiko's positive attitude towards the school. If you're just here to make friends, then you can pack up your stuff now. A voice said. Both Izuku and Ami heard the voice and jumped in surprise at the voice. The two of them made small gasps at the sight of the man behind Achiko. Achiko made anxious noises and turned around. She looked down at the floor and was surprised to see a tired-looking older man wrapped in a yellow sleeping bag. Welcome to UA's Hero Course, the man said with zero enthusiasm. The man took a sip from a squeezable drink inside the sleeping bag. Izuku, Ami, Achiko, and Ida looked at the man with shock and confusion. What is that thing? They collectively thought. The man stood up in the sleeping bag and unzipped it. It took 8 seconds before you all shut up. That's not going to work. Rational students would understand that. The man said. The 4 of them looked at the man with confused looks. Ami looked at the man's tired, emotionless expression and felt extremely nervous. Who is this guy? And why does he look so scary? Is he a pro hero? She thought. Hello, I'm Shota Aizawa, your teacher. Aizawa said, getting everyone wide-eyed. Our teacher? Ami thought, feeling concerned. Aizawa stepped out of his sleeping bag and reached his hand inside and grabbed clothes. The students looked at the clothes in Aizawa's hand and recognized it. It was the school uniform. Right, let's get to it. Put these on and head outside. Aizawa said, surprising the students. The students had taken the uniforms and headed to the locker room to change. Ami put the uniform on and thought to herself. She wasn't completely sure, but she thought she recognized Aizawa. She tried thinking about the pro hero she knew of and couldn't recognize him. Maybe Izzy knows who he is. Ami hoped. After getting dressed, the students gathered around the field and listened to Aizawa. Their eyes grew wide again after hearing what Aizawa had planned for them. What? A quirk assessment test. The class exclaimed in unison. But orientation. We're going to miss it. Achiko asked, if you really want to make the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Here at UA, we're not tethered to traditions. That means I get to run my class however I see fit. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives, but you never got to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country's still trying to pretend we're all equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day the Ministry of Education will learn. Aizawa said, getting a few nervous gasps from the students. The class was caught off guard by what Aizawa had said. Both Ami and Izuku were not expecting this to happen on day 1. Aizawa looked at Bakugo and continued. Bakugo, you managed to get the most points on the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance throw when you were in junior high? Aizawa asked. 67 meters, I think. Bakugo answered. Right. Try doing it with your quirk. Aizawa asked. Bakugo walked to the circle in the sand and looked at the tired-looking teacher. Anything goes. Just stay in the circle. Go on. You're wasting our time. Aizawa said. All right, man, you asked for it. Bakugo said, stretching his arms. He held on to ball with his hand and readied himself. I'll add a little heat to my pitch and drop their jaws. Bakugo said, raising his arms. He activated his quirk and threw the ball with an explosion propelling it further into the air. Ami looked up at the ball as best she could and watched it break the sound barrier. Damn, Kakin, she thought, feeling slightly intimidated. Izuku was also shocked at the power Bakugo held in his arm. Aizawa was impressed by the action but kept his emotionless face. He looked at the device in his hands and watched the meter go up. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities. Aizawa said. The ball dropped to the ground, getting a reaction from the device. Aizawa stared at the number and turned around, showing it off to the class. It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential. 105 meters, are you kidding me? A teen with electric-looking hair said. Ami wasn't too surprised at the number. She knew Bakugo all her life, just like Izuku. She knew what Bakugo was capable of doing, but she never imagined he was that strong with his quirk. To her side, the pink girl clapped her hands with excitement. I want to go. That looks like fun, she said. This is what I'm talking about. Using our quirks as much as we want. Another teen said. Ami glanced over at the teen and felt like she knew him from somewhere. Aizawa looked at the positive enthusiasm coming from the students and sighed. So this looks fun, huh? You have 3 years here to become a hero. Do you think it's all going to be games and playtime? Aizawa asked. Idiots. He whispered. He grew a sadistic smile on his face, causing several of his students to feel nervous. Today you'll compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last will have 0 and will be expelled immediately. Aizawa smiled, getting all of his students' attention. They gasped in shock at the revelation, unable to think. Ami's face turned pale at the thought of expulsion and felt her heart stop beating. Off in another room, All Might looked at the classes with fear. He was not particularly happy at the class that the twins had gotten. Crap, they got Aizawa. Izuku's going to be singled out from the start. All Might said, putting a hand on his face. Back at the field, Izuku's world turned dark as he thought about the words that came out of Aizawa's mouth. Immediate expulsion? 8 tests? Oh crap, not good. I can only use one for all at either 0 or a 100% right now. I don't have any control yet. Izuku thought. Like I said, I get to decide how this class runs. Understand? If that's a problem, you can head home right now. Aizawa said, You can't send one of us home. I mean, we just got here. Even if it wasn't the first day. That isn't fair. Achiko whined. Ami nodded at her words, unable to say anything. Oh, and you think natural disasters are? Aizawa asked, getting surprised looks from the class. He looked at them and continued. Or power-hungry villains. Or catastrophic accidents that wipe out whole cities. No, the world is full of unfairness. It's a hero's job to try to combat that unfairness. If you want to be a pro, you're going to have to push yourself to the brink. For the next 3 years, UA will throw one terrible hardship after another at you. So go beyond. Plus ultra style. Aizawa said, Show me it's no mistake that you're here. Aizawa said, wiggling his finger back and forth. The class gasped at his words. Ida listened and pulled out his cup of water and thought to himself, I don't approve of this kind of hazing, but UA's the top hero program. I have no choice. Ida thought, taking a drink, time to blow these nerds away. Bakugo thought, readying his arms. Ami narrowed her eyes and stared at the ground. She glanced at the back of Izuku's head, unable to see his face. Guess we have to show the teacher why we're here, Izzy. Ami thought, clenching her fists. She looked back up at Aizawa with a more serious face. She was determined not to fail. Now then, we're just wasting time by talking. Let the games begin. Aizawa said, Test 1, 50-meter dash. Ida and a frog girl readied themselves at the starting line. They stared up at the robot and waited for the test to start. The test robot stood at the end of the 50-meter dash and started talking. Runners on your mark. Ready. The robot said. A bullet sound rang out the air. Ida activated the engines on his legs and dashed forward with extreme speeds. The girl he was racing with crouched down and jumped like a frog towards him. Ida quickly passed the 50-meter line with the frog girl following shortly after. 3.04 seconds. The robot said, marking the score. Ida stopped his quirk and skidded on the ground. He quickly stopped running and looked back with a serious face. At 50 meters, I can only get up to third gear, he thought. Tenya, Ida, his quirk, engine. As you can see, he is really fast. Present, Mike announced. Aizawa looked at Ida's engines in his legs and kept score. Well, he's definitely in his element, but speed won't help him in every test. Aizawa said, analyzing Ida. Aizawa counted off a number of students in his class and noticed something. He narrowed his eyes at the number and quickly reached a conclusion. I'll lighten up my clothes. Oh, and my shoes, too. Achiko said, touching her clothes and shoes. The robot started the race with Achiko running as best she could. Achiko Uraraka. Her quirk, zero gravity. She can nullify the gravitational pull of anything she touches. Achiko reached the end of the line and panted. She stopped panting and smiled at her time. Well, at least that's faster than junior high. Achiko smiled. Ami crossed her arms and smiled. She liked her positive attitude. Ami watched the next runners walk up to the starting line and looked at the pink girl. She saw her take off her shoes and wondered what she had planned. Nice attempts, mon Amy, but you're just not showing enough pizzazz. The French teen said. Ami raised an eye at his accent and watched a laser blast out his belly with wide eyes. Yuga Aoyama, his quirk, naval laser. That's right, a belly button laser. But he can't shoot it forever. Ami watched Aoyama fire his laser to about halfway on the track. Ami watched the pink girl use her quirk to secrete some type of acid from her feet and quickly pass Aoyama. Aoyama held on to his stomach as he stood on the finish line. Shooting my beautiful beam for more than a second turns my tummy. Aoyama said, turning towards his classmates. Aizawa stared off at his students and reminded himself what he was doing. Testing the upper limits of their powers helps me assess their room for growth. It becomes clear what they can and can't do, their true potential. Aizawa thought, staring off at the two students in front of him, Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya. Ami watched the two of them with anticipation. Despite the belief she had in her brother, she knew this was Bakugo he was facing. She didn't know if it was okay to think her brother stood no chance against him. Ready, the robot said, firing a fake gun. Bakugo fired off explosions on his hand and propelled himself off the ground with his quirk. Aizawa watched this and continued his thoughts. Sometimes pros have to be creative in order to succeed. Aizawa thought. Izuku ran as fast as he could, but was unable to catch up to Bakugo. Ami felt bad for Izuku and watched as Bakugo quickly cross the finish line. Ami knew Izzy stood no chance against Bakugo given the nature of his quirk. A small part of her wanted to eat the flames off his quirk and make him fall, but she knew better. Bakugo would murder her if she did that, and the teacher looked like he'd cover it up. Katsuki Bakugo, his quirk, explosion. Present Mike narrated. Bakugo finished with 4.13 seconds, getting Ami to roll her eyes. No surprise there. Ami murmured. She watched Izuku cross with 7.02 seconds and started to approach them. She watched Izuku pan a little and saw him gripping his knees. She wondered just what he was thinking at that moment. I hope you pass, Izzy, she thought. She reached the two of them and waved at them. Bakugo glared at her and deactivated his quirk. The hell do you want, Habanero? Bakugo glared angrily. Ami rolled her eyes at the name. He'd been using that name since they graduated elementary school. It was far superior to Flame Breath, though, which made her happy. She wouldn't dare tell him it wasn't insulting her at all. She didn't want to risk reverting to Flame Breath again. I'm just congratulating my brother, Kakin. Ami replied, annoying Bakugo even more. Hey, Ami. Hey, Izzy. Nice job running. Ami smiled. Izuku smiled back and nodded. Thanks, he replied. Aizawa stared at the two of them and noticed their similarities. He made quick note of their appearances and started thinking about what he saw in the exam footage. They're related, yet their quirks are radically different from one another. Very interesting, he thought, crossing his arms. Ami, Aizawa called out in a low voice. Ami heard her name from the teacher and looked at him. He could tell she was slightly scared of him. You, Shoji and Todoroki are next, Aizawa said. Ami looked at Aizawa and nodded, acknowledging him. She watched as a man with 6 arms walked to the starting line. To her surprise, she saw the same boy from the battle center walk up to the starting line as well. Ami recognized his face. Thinking back to that cold stare of his, I remember him. That's the guy with the ice on his left side, Ami thought. She looked at the boy and noticed his face had a huge burn mark on the side of his face. She didn't know how she didn't notice that before and shuddered at the thought of who did that to him. She snapped out of focus and looked back at Izuku. Wish me luck, Izzy. Ami smiled, walking to the starting line. Izuku waved and gave a supportive nod at Ami before he walked back to his classmates. Ami stood beside the 6-armed man and prepared herself. She stretched her arms above her head and yawned. She tensed up her body and waited for the robot to start the race. She activated her quirk and felt the flames shoot up into her mouth. She had an idea. Not a very original idea, but she knew it would work. The students next to her prepared themselves and waited for the robot. Let's hope I don't mess this up, Ami thought, praying in her head. Ready, the robot said. The robot fired a fake gun and started the race. Todoroki activated ice under him and quickly shot off. Shoji darted forward with quick speed, leaving Ami behind at the starting line. Instead of running, Ami didn't move and instead turned around. The other students looked at her with curiosity. Ami looked down at the dirt and clenched her fists. Showtime. She let a huge blast of flame on the floor. Let her flamethrower lift her up in the air. Izuku and Bakugo were both surprised to see her use her quirk like this. They both couldn't believe she was capable of doing that. Bakugo felt himself get angry at the sight of it, while Izuku couldn't stop smiling at her. Ami blasted past Shoji within a second, causing him to slightly falter, feeling the warm heat blast by him. She continued letting out her flames and counted every 10 meters she passed. To her left, she could see ice melting away on Todoroki's side. She realized she was starting to catch up and kept on firing. Todoroki looked at the finish line from a mirror just a short distance away and showed no emotion. He suddenly felt heat on his left side, which caused him to lose focus for just a second. His eyes widened at the warm feeling, triggering some anger inside. For the split second he wasn't focused. He thought the fire was coming from him only to turn his head and watch as a girl flew right by him. Flames coming out her mouth. 4.23 seconds. The robot said. Ami heard the robot say as she flew right by it. She closed her mouth and prepared for impact, hitting the ground with a thud. She landed back first on the ground and winced in pain. She laid there on the dirt with arms spread, gasping for air. Izuku ran up to his sister and got to his knees. Bakugo stared down at her, hiding his shock. There was no way she could have done that, yet she did. He knew Ami and her quirk. It was never that strong before. He could only guess it was from whatever workout plan Habanero and DEKu had that he overheard a while ago. Ami, are you okay? Izuku asked. I'm good. I just gotta work on my landing, she said between breaths. She stood up, brushing off the dirt on the back of her uniform. She looked at Ida's drink and coughed. Hey, Ida, do you have an extra bottle of water? Ami asked. Ida nodded and pulled out another bottle of water from nowhere. I always carry an extra bottle, Ida said, handing her the bottle. Ami quickly grabbed the bottle and took a huge drink. Thanks, Ida, Ami said, walking up the crowd beside Izuku. Off to the side, the half-frozen teen looked at Ami with surprise. He clenched his fist with annoyance. He was unaware of the quirk his classmates had. The flames that came out of her mouth caught him off guard. Seeing and feeling the flames made him panic. The image of the person he detested most flashed before him. He looked at the floor in disappointment, feeling a bit of anger well up inside him. He kept it to himself and said nothing, choosing to stare off in the distance. Izuku was excited to see her sister pull ahead right at the last minute. He couldn't believe she had managed to lift herself off the ground with her quirk. Ami, how did you come up with that? Izuku asked. Well, Ami said, looking at Aoyama. I got inspired. She explained. Izuku nodded and clenched his hands. He knew he needed to come up with something like Ami in order to pull ahead. He didn't want to get expelled and disappoint All Might. He thought about a conversation he had with All Might and remembered what he said to him. You can harness one for all. It's simple, All Might said, lifting his arm up in the air. You have to feel it. Can you be a little more specific? Izuku asked. So, you already know what it's like to fire on all cylinders. Yeah, like a lot of broken bones. He commented, getting All Might to shake his head. No, I'm talking about the Russian side. You must have felt it coursing through you. What was it like? Like PSP or no, like whoosh or maybe kapow. Oh, I know. Like an egg about to explode in a microwave. Izuku exclaimed. All Might coughed blood at the metaphor. That's pretty boring, but okay. That's the metaphor you want to go with. Then lower the wattage or decrease the cooking time. Whichever one works. Keep focusing on that image and keeping the egg from exploding, all right? I can do that. Izuku nodded. You got 3 weeks until school. The more you concentrate, the faster you'll learn. Control over one for all isn't going to happen overnight. But you'll nail it one day. You just got to keep trying. All Might said, putting a finger on his head. Izuku returned to reality and tensed his body. He was ready. Test 2, grip strength. Izuku tightened his grip on the machine, deep in thought. He stood there remembering what All Might said and focused. He took a deep breath and thought about the egg. Okay, keep the egg from blowing up. Izuku concentrated, gripping the device as hard as he could. He stopped and read the number. 56 kilograms. Izuku was surprised and felt a bit of disappointment in himself. Wow, you hit 540 kilograms. You're such a beast. Siro said, looking at Shoji with awe. Izuku looked at the 6-armed teen with awe. Yeah, like a muscly octopus. A small purple kid said. Test 3, standing long jump. Aoyama lasered his body past the sand with ease. He easily passed the sandbox underneath him. Bakugo yelled as he used his hands to propel himself forward, clearing the sandbox as well. Ami repeated her technique again, letting her flamethrower push her past the sandbox. She closed her mouth and deactivated her quirk, landing on her feet. She gulped and let out a tired sigh. At least I landed this time. She moaned, catching her breath. Hey, Kaken, what do you think of my flames? Ami said, walking up to Bakugo with a smug face. She could tell he was bothered by her quirk. Screw you. I don't give a damn about your quirk. Habanero, he replied, looking in front of him. The two of them looked at Izuku perform the long jump and landed in the sand. Bakugo laughed at his jump, getting a small glare from Ami. He's pathetic. Bakugo sneered. Ami glared at him for a second before looking at Izuku again. She smiled and gave him an encouraging thumbs up. Izuku smiled a bit and walked out of the sandbox. He frowned at himself. Focus, he thought. Test 4 was pretty unspectacular compared to the previous ones. Ami and Izuku did all right doing the repeated side steps. Their training with All Might shine through, with the two of them doing just fine. When it came time for the small purple kid, both Ami and Izuku looked at his performance in shock. He was bouncing back and forth with the balls that he pulled out of his head. After his sidestepping came to an end, the 5th test started. Test 5, ball throw. Achiko stood in the circle where Bakugo had previously stood in the beginning and glanced at the ball in her hand. She looked up at the sky and raised her arm. She threw the ball with a happy smile and watched as it flew up high and never came back down. Aizawa looked at his device with an unenthused look and showed it off to class. Infinity, the students repeated in shock. That's insane. How's that possible? This is bad. I've got to come up with some kind of a game plan. Everyone's had at least one crazy good score already. Izuku thought, getting more nervous. His turn was next and proceeded to enter the circle. Ami looked at Izuku's nervous expression on his face and could tell he was freaking out. Izzy hasn't used his quirk for any of the tests yet. He's got to use All Might's quirk or else he'll be sent home. And then I'll be alone. Again, Ami thought. Izuku looked down at the ball in his hand and narrowed his eyes. All that's left is this: the distance run, sit-ups, and the seated toe touch. It's now or never. This is my best chance to use one for all. Izuku thought. Within the crowd, Ida stared at Izuku with anticipation, but even he could see the nervousness in Izuku's face. If Midoriya doesn't shape up soon, he's the one going home. Ida thought out loud. Ami couldn't help but nod in agreement at Ida's words. Huh? Of course he is. He's a quirkless loser. Bakugo said, turning his head towards Ida. Wah! He has a quirk. Did you not hear about what he did in the entrance exam? Ida asked in confusion. Huh? Bakugo replied, surprised to hear what Ida said. Don't underestimate him, Kakin. Ami defended, getting an annoyed scoff from Bakugo. What the hell are you talking about, habanero? Bakugo snarled. Izuku stared down at the ball and tensed his grip. It's time. He has to do this now. He wasn't going to let himself fail. Aizawa stared at Izuku's face and knew what was coming. Here it comes. He thought. Izuku thought of the people in his life. Izuku, I'm really proud of you, son. Inko said, young man, you too can become a hero. All Might said, we're going to do this together. Okay? All Might Jr. and his psychic, Lady All Might. Ami said. Izuku lifted his arm and activated his quirk. Ami watched with anticipation, realizing he was going to use one for all. This was his chance. I won't let them down. Izuku thought. He threw the ball as best as he could with his quirk. Unknown to him, Aizawa's eyes turned red, activating his quirk. Izuku didn't notice one for all deactivate and threw the ball. To his shock, the ball didn't go far. Ami's jaw dropped at the disappointing throw. Izuku looked at his hand in shock. What gives? I was trying to use it just now. Izuku asked himself. I erased your quirk. Aizawa said. Izuku and Ami gasped at the sight of their teacher. The scarf around his neck was floating up by an unknown force, as well as his hair. The judges for this exam were not rational enough. Someone like you should never be allowed to enroll at this school. Wait, you did what to my dash? Izuku gasped, looking at the goggles around Aizawa's neck. Those goggles. I know you. You can look at someone and cancel out their powers. The eraser hero Eraserhead. Izuku said, recognizing him. Ami gasped as well. She knew about Eraserhead because of Izuku. Eraser? Who's that? A student asked. Oh, I heard of him. I think he works in the down low. The frog girl said. Off in the distance, All Might watch the class behind the building. He witnessed what had happened with his own eyes. Aizawa is one of those guys who doesn't like the media because he thinks they interfere with our work. And he judges celebrity heroes, like me, because I look good in the spotlight. You're not ready. You don't have control over your power. Were you planning to break your bones again? Counting on someone else to save your useless body? No, that's not what I was trying to do. Izuku defended himself. Aizawa grabbed onto Izuku with his scarf and pulled him closer. No matter what your intentions are, you would be nothing more than a liability in battle. You have the same reckless passion as another overzealous hero I know. One who saved 1,000 people by himself and became a legend. But even with that drive, you're worthless if you can only throw a single punch before breaking down. Sorry, Midoriya. With your power, there's no way you can become a hero. Aizawa said, dropping Izuku. Hurry, get it over with. Aizawa said, walking off. Ami looked at the sad expression on Izuku's face and felt sympathy for him. She wondered what exactly Aizawa could have told him to upset him like that. I wonder if our teacher gave him some advice. Ida wondered. He probably told him to start packing. Bakugo replied, getting Ami's elbow on his arm. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Ami with anger. Don't ever touch me again, you damn nerd. Bakugo threatened angrily. Ami crossed her arms and huffed, looking away from him. Izuku stood there in the circle in silence. He was unsure how to proceed after hearing what Aizawa said. I've only got one shot at nailing this, so what am I going to do? Izuku thought. Aizawa stared off at him with his tired eyes. He thought about what he had seen in the battle center footage and shook his head. He's had twins in his class before, but none were as strange as the Midoriya twins. Too much fire and she's useless. Too much power and Izuku breaks his body. He ran a background check of his own after he had seen the test footage and came across a newspaper about a sludge villain attack last year. The twins endangered themselves to save another student in his class. Bakugo, further reading told him more details about the two. The girl exhausted herself with her own quirk, and the boy didn't have a quirk. That part intrigued him more. No quirk until now. Aizawa had heard of people developing their quirks late after going through puberty. Late bloomers, they were called. It would explain the boy's quirk and his body's response. He shook his head again in thought. The girl had better chances than the boy. He was used to expelling a twin and keeping the other. He looked at Izuku and waited for his next move. Is he going to use his mutated quirk and have to forfeit the rest of the events like a fool? Or admit defeat and settle into last place? Either way, he doesn't belong here. He thought, I still can't control my power. But I can't just give up either. Do I let the egg explode? It might be my only shot at staying at you. I have to try something, no matter what the consequences. Izuku thought, tensing his body. A waste of a quirk. Aizawa sighed in disappointment, watching Izuku. Mr. Aizawa was right about what he said. If I can't control my quirk, there's no way I'll ever become a hero. Izuku thought, activating One for All. All Might watched from afar with surprised face. Hey, is he for real? All Might blurted out. Within the crowd, Ami watched Izuku activate One for All and clenched her hands. Break a leg, Izzy. Ami smiled, ignoring the irony. Ami knew the risk of using One for All from Izuku himself. She wondered just what he had in mind. I have to work way harder than everyone else here if I want to succeed. Even if I have a lot to learn, I'll focus on what I can do right now. Izuku thought loudly before letting out a shout. Smay away awash. Izuku exclaimed, launching the ball far into the air. He quickly recovered and took a few breaths. He looked down at his hand and saw he had only broken a finger. It hurts, but not as bad as before. Izuku thought, wincing in pain. Aizawa hid a surprise behind his tired eyes and looked down at the device. 705.3 meters. To say he was surprised seemed like an understatement. Mr. Aizawa, you see I'm still standing. Izuku said, smiling through the pain. Aizawa broke his tired look and showed a smile at the move. He was impressed at the action. This kid, he said. Yes, you did it, Izzy. Ami exclaimed, much to the shock of everyone around her. Bakugo and Ida were both shocked at the action performed by Izuku. Bakugo felt a rage build up inside him, looking at what Izuku just did. All Might looked at Izuku's move and smiled. He didn't even bother hiding behind the building after seeing it. I was worried about you, young man, but you're doing a great job. You knew you had to use One for All, but not at full power or else you'd be KO'd. So you propelled the ball at the last possible point of contact by sending the power of your quirk shooting through your fingertip, minimizing the injury to your body while maximizing the throw. What the heck, Midoriya? How did you get so cool? All Might thought with pride.